Well, cool. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and get started. We've got a lot to cover today, and I'm excited for today's workshop. I'm glad you're all here. Again, welcome to today's workshop on conserving rivers in Michigan, a natural river and wild and scenic river workshop. We're here today to understand some key aspects of management on Michigan's natural rivers and wild and scenic rivers, to discuss some restoration project considerations for everyone involved in projects, from agencies to practitioners, as well as we're hoping to highlight some opportunities for improved stewardship and increased funding and restoration. So my name's Angie Furman. I'm the River Training Center Coordinator for River Management Society, located in Southern Oregon, but dreaming of Michigan today. And so I'm going to be here today helping on the side, kind of guiding this workshop along. And I'm going to go through a few things with Zoom just to make sure that we're all oriented and we're all on the same page. Cover the agenda real quick, and then we'll get into things. So again, first, I just want to do a quick little Zoom orientation, make sure that we're all on the same page. Everyone's got their Zoom bar there. If you look on the far left-hand side, you've got your mute button, your camera on and off button. Even if you want to choose a virtual background, you can play around with that. And then if you zoom over to the far right, you'll have a leave meeting button. You might even see some more buttons than are here because Zoom is constantly updating and adding new features. But the two that I want you to pay attention to in particular have this yellow and red arrow below them. I encourage you to open the chat panel. And then if you click on this participant panel, you're going to be able to see a list of names of people. And this is helpful if you want to rename yourself. Looks like most everyone's got their names. Sometimes it's like a string of letters and numbers. And so this is just helpful to make sure we're getting your name right when we're referring to you. And so you can always rename yourself by hovering next to your name, clicking more, clicking rename. It'll pop up this box here on the right, and you can update your name. I am here today to help with any technical support. So if you are having issues, feel free to reach out to me. You can do this in the chat box. You can, instead of sending a message to everyone, you can go down to my name and send me a private message, and we can try to work through things. If your connection is lost, I encourage you to just try to sign back in. If you have any problems with the audio, there is an option to dial in via the phone, and the phone number and the code are in the invitation that you received. Also here, if for some reason you're totally kicked out of Zoom and you need to get in contact with me, you can always email me, Angie@river-management.org. They also have my cell phone number here. You can always give me a call or shoot me a text. So you can note that down. I'll have it on another slide here as well. I also just want to review how to ask a question. We've got a good group today, so I'm going to really encourage everyone to use that chat box and interact with each other, ask questions there as they come up so you're not forgetting them. We might have an option for you to unmute. We do have a larger group, but if we're asking some questions, we might ask you to unmute. You'll notice there's some options to raise your hand. Might be in the, you might have to go down to the reactions button on your Zoom bar, but you'll see some different reactions, including the ability to raise your hand. Then we can ask you to unmute when we call on you. Also, we're going to have a transcript of the chat and any links shared available afterwards. Just a couple of reminders as we're getting into things. This is being recorded. We have a couple friends weren't able to make it today who would like to catch this recording. And I also know a couple of you might have to hop off for a little bit. So you can always catch up via this recording. There is closed captioning available by clicking the CC button on your Zoom toolbar. Again, ask questions. We're going to have Q&A sprinkled throughout all of today. So plenty of opportunities to ask any questions that you might have. And just to help reduce feedback, we ask you to keep yourself muted when you're not speaking. Also, love seeing everyone's faces. I feel like, you can read a lot through body language, like maybe it's time to take a break or something like that. So if possible, we encourage you to keep your cameras on. And then again, use that chat to connect with each other. And then one of my favorite reminders of what's true today might be different tomorrow. Just something to keep in mind. So next, I just want to do like a real zoomed out view of today's schedule. We've got kind of a first session here from 9:30 to 11:45, where we're going to be doing some introductions. We're going to be starting to dive into federal wild and scenic rivers. Then we're going to take a lunch break. We're planning to do that from 11:45 to 12:30. So about 45-minute break there. And then we're going to come back for a second session. It's going to be a little long. Maybe we'll try to throw in a short bathroom break in there, but we're going to be then going into Michigan natural rivers, talking about restoration on protected rivers in Michigan, as well as looking at further collaboration and some funding opportunities. And our end time today is 3:30. So just a real zoomed out view of our schedule. So we're going to start with some introductions. Again, my name is Angie Furman. I'm the River Training Center Coordinator at River Management Society. And for those who might not be familiar, River Management Society is one of the partners helping put on this workshop along with American Rivers. And we've been working closely with the U.S. Forest Service, the Michigan Department of Natural Resources, and River Management Society is an organization whose goal is to support those who study, protect, and manage North America's rivers. We are a membership organization with all sorts of benefits like a membership directory, listserv, journal, all sorts of events, chapter trips. I could go on and on, but I encourage you, if you're interested, to go to our website. I'll put a link here in the chat, and you can check out a little bit more. In particular, today's session is part of the River Training Center with RMS. We have a whole bunch of different trainings. You can see on the left there a bunch of different types of wild and scenic river trainings, but we also do a lot of other types of trainings. Everything from river access planning to restoration workshops to anti-discrimination and sexual harassment trainings, visual resource management, field skills, all sorts of stuff. So again, we're really excited to be here and be partnering. And at this point, I'm going to stop sharing, and I want to go ahead and pass it over to David Morick from American Rivers, who's been helping partner to put this workshop together.
Thank you, Angie, and thanks to you and Teresa and RMS for all that you do and your help with this. RMS is, in many ways, this workshop is the perfect reflection of the value that that we see in RMS and American Rivers, because it's really bringing together federal, state agencies and restoration and conservation practitioners and local organizations. So thank you for all that you do. My name is David Morick. I'm the Senior Director for River Protection for American Rivers. We're a national river conservation organization that's built on a partnership model as well, much like RMS, working with local groups around the country to protect and restore our nation's rivers. And I'm based in Portland, Oregon, though I have a long history and personal family history in Michigan. And I grew up on the rivers, mainly up north, but some in the UP as well, with my family, who's originally from Detroit. And we're really excited about this this workshop today, because we feel like there's great opportunity to discuss additional stewardship on Michigan's protected rivers and opportunities that we've heard from local groups about maybe additional opportunities for conservation as well. So with that, Angie, maybe I'll turn it back over to you to kick us off.
All right. Well, let me pull, sorry, my agenda here. So today, we've got a lot of different partners who've been helping put this together. We're going to start out with kind of diving into some wild and scenic river stuff. We're going to do a little overview, and then we're going to kind of like work our way in and focus on Michigan. For that, I'm going to see, let's see, Andrea Anya and Tanji Akasi Otu are here, and hoping that you're all ready to present. All right, great. Hi, Tanji. Yeah, I'm going to pass it over to you. Maybe have you introduce yourself and let me know if you need anything with the shared screen.
Okay, yeah, I'll make sure to pull up my presentation here, but I'll also introduce myself. As Angie mentioned, I'm Tanji Casio2. I work with the Forest Service. I'm from the Washington office staff. So I work with both wilderness and wild and scenic rivers. So I'm going to give a brief overview of the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, just in case there's certain sections that intrigue you or you have further questions on. We will be able to cover that at the end. So it might seem a little bit surface level, but hopefully it can provide enough information that you can get a general feel for the intent and then some of just the specific clarifications that are provided in the act about how we manage wild and scenic rivers. And then I'll hand it over to Andrea, and she'll talk more specifically about some of the rivers and designations in Michigan. And and then another note, if anyone here is attending the River Management Symposium next week in San Antonio, you would see me again because I will be giving a similar presentation. So hopefully it isn't too repetitive, but let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay.
Looks great.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. Well, let's go ahead and jump in. So as I mentioned, I'll try to provide an overview of sort of the history, the intent behind the act. I mean, it was developed back in 1968, so there were some different attitudes around environmental management at that time. And then we can work through some questions. I'm also going to leave you guys with resources too, because for any section of the act, you could go into detail about sort of definitions and the logistics of coordinating that kind of work. And we do have a lot of comprehensive white papers on rivers.gov, which is a product of our interagency council who manages wild and scenic rivers together. So let's do a little bit of history. There is so much more history to river management than just a couple individuals. But as far as the folks who were pretty influential in creating a framework for national protection for rivers, or even applying some kind of classification, these are some of the folks that had spent a significant time on rivers and had the opportunity to propose some ideas to senators in the 1960s. So the two brothers on the left here are Frank and John Craighead, and they were wildlife biologists. They did spend a lot of time on the Potomac River here in DC, which is where I'm located. I'm coming to you from Northern Virginia today. And they also operated a survival training base camp in McCall, Idaho. So they did a lot of rafting trips on the Snake and Salmon rivers as well. And in 1958, the Secretary of the Interior, Stuart Udall, asked Frank Craighead to prepare a paper on river classifications because they had begun to see wide-ranging development of rivers and were really seeing the value of free-flowing rivers in the spaces where they were operating and studying wildlife biology, and they were really passionate about those waterways. And so they thought about developing different classifications based on the ecology of the rivers and the development around them in response to a lot of the dam building that was occurring and modification of waterways at the time. So at a Senate hearing on national water resources, the Craighead brothers called for a system of federally protected rivers, and the final committee report proposed certain streams would be protected in their free-flowing condition. And the rationale for protecting those rivers was that because their natural, scenic, scientific, and recreational values actually outweigh their value for water development and control purposes now and in the future. So then in 1964, the Secretary of Interior, Stuart Udall, he's pictured on the right here, he invited the First Lady, Lady Bird Johnson, on a rafting trip on the Snake River in Grand Teton National Park to discuss national conservation efforts, and it eventually led to the passage of the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act in 1968. So this is a couple photos from the signing of the act. President Johnson signed it into law. And so at that time, he established a national wild and scenic river system with 8 select rivers that were designated at the time of the signing of the act. And then there were actually 27 other rivers that were identified for study as well. And so during the development of the act, I think there was a vision to include like a Noah's Ark of rivers from all different regions of the US with different attributes, just to preserve that diversity and cultural diversity of the rivers across the United States. So let's take a little look at the development of our rivers in the US. If you look at what is covered here in the waterways of the US, the blue shows all of the rivers. So that's about 3.5 million miles. And then the orange demonstrates the rivers that have been dammed, dredged, or otherwise channelized, modified. And that's about 860,000 miles. And then the rivers shown in yellow are the designated wild and scenic rivers as of today, which is like a little under 14,000 miles. So that's actually less than 0.4% of river miles in the US are being managed under this wild and scenic designation. And you can see it stretches all over the US. We've got rivers in nearly every corner and region of the US. And so the rivers are administered by several different federal agencies, including the Bureau of Land Management, Fish and Wildlife Service, the Park Service, and the Forest Service. So they each kind of have their own flavor to their regulations and policies so that they can be in line with the missions of each of those agencies. However, they do coordinate with one another so that they can have a consistent vision for management. And so that is one of the primary ways that's done is through an interagency council. And so that's where you can find a lot of commentary on the different sections of the act. So let's go ahead and jump into some of the significant pieces of the act. And so in section 1, that's where we really establish the intent. And it's to find certain selected rivers where they and their immediate environments have what are called outstandingly remarkable values in order to preserve them in a free-flowing condition and protect them for the benefit and enjoyment of future generations. So in addition to that, it's mentioned in the act that the provisions here are to complement a national policy of dam construction that was rapidly occurring at that time. There were a lot of different debates and folks went to court over some of these things, deciding when and where to implement damming and construction on a lot of really significant waterways. So the idea here is to protect free-flowing condition and water quality of these select waterways. And then in addition to that, I think there was an idea to figure out how to find what are the unique values of each river. I think rivers in different Landscapes and environments carry unique ecological attributes. They all have different histories and cultures, and the communities are shaped in different ways by these waterways. And so this portion of the act, providing ideas for river values, is what helps us to identify rivers that are eligible and would probably be best managed under this type of model, and also just tailor what we put in the legislation for each river to the things that are important to the communities who live around them. So these are the three main river values: free flowing condition, water quality, and then what are called outstandingly remarkable values. We like to use a lot of adjectives in the Lansing Rivers Act. So as far as free flowing condition, there is a longer definition for free flow. It's not just flowing in a manner that's unimpacted by human activity. There's a little bit of space for modification of the waterway that can still be considered free flowing. So let me just pull a little bit from the defining language here. It means existing or flowing in a natural condition without impoundment, diversion, straightening, riprapping, or other modification of the waterway. The existence, however, of low dams, diversion works, and other minor structures at the time any river is proposed for inclusion in the National Lansing River System does not automatically bar its consideration for inclusion, provided that this construction is not construed to authorize or intend future construction of similar structures within the Lansing River System. So that was a little bit wordy, but essentially there can be some evidence of modification. However, designation would not encourage future maintenance or new construction of similar things. And then water quality is the other river value that's identified early in the act. And so water quality, this value came before the Clean Water Act was passed. So there's a lot of language in the act that shows how you can go ahead and coordinate with other agencies and get the data to identify how to appropriately define water quality in this case, and how to identify threats to water quality and different protection measures that can be taken. But it receives a more broad definition probably than designation that came after. And then as far as outstandingly remarkable values, there's quite a few different ways we can describe these things. Some things that can be identified on the rivers are scenery, recreational opportunities, maybe unique geologic features, fish and wildlife, can designate historic and cultural values. And then there's like an other category. It's not defined in the act, and I think that's just to leave that flexibility. But some have included resources like botany, hydrology, or even paleontology. I think there's like a literature related one as well. So I mentioned earlier when they first passed the act, they actually had 27 rivers under a study status. And so I just want to touch on what the act provided for us to evaluate rivers to be included in the future. And so rivers can be identified by Congress to be studied if there's a river of interest. Or the managing agencies can study the rivers during their regular planning processes. So like, for example, in the Forest Service, if we're going to reevaluate a forest plan, then during that time, we can take an inventory of those river segments and do an evaluation and a study. And so that's a public process. They get to comment on each round of decision making, especially when defining criteria and providing vision and information for each of the segments. And they go through a process for different steps of the way. So the first part of the study process is to see, like, is this river even eligible? And eligibility means that you can identify those three river values that we just covered before: the water quality, free flowing condition, and if there's at least one identified outstandingly remarkable value. And then at that time, they would provide a preliminary classification for the river. And that classification system, as I briefly mentioned before, has to do with the level of development in that river corridor. And so if the study progresses, they can also ask questions related to suitability, which is essentially like, is wild and scenic designation the best fit for this river segment? Or might it be managed better under a different model, under a different jurisdiction? And so asking those questions about like public support, capacity, funding, these kinds of things happens during the suitability process. So let's take a closer look at classification. Rivers are so dynamic, they flow across a lot of different jurisdictions and landscapes, and infrastructure and access to the river corridor varies across those landscapes as well. In fact, there are some rivers that flow through like a remote canyon before flowing under a highway bridge like 50 miles down. So so the act gives some space to really explore how does the surrounding development relate to the river and the experience that we have there, and how can that help us manage it more effectively so that we can maintain these levels of access into the future. I think there was also some input early on in the act, thinking that if we could provide classifications, it could be useful to include some of the more developed rivers in the eastern US, still finding value and just kind of wrestling with that relationship between the built environment and the natural environment and finding value in it. So we use the terms wild, scenic, and recreational to describe the level of access that's apparent along the river. And again, they really only refer to level of development. They don't correlate with any identified values there. So wild river is generally only accessible by trail, whereas a scenic segment of a river could be accessible by roads in a few places, and then a recreational river is usually readily accessible by road along its length. It might even run parallel to a road. So occasionally designation occurs as a result of a study, but oftentimes not. Oftentimes legislation is developed to protect several rivers at once, which has happened at different times throughout the over 50-year history of the act. But yeah, a study is not required for Congress to go ahead and legislate the designation of rivers. And that is the most common way that rivers are designated is a campaign. So if the river is already protected under state law and the governor of the state applies for designation, they can appeal to the Secretary of Interior, and that's another way that rivers can be designated as well. And essentially what this does is, this is the piece where that inclusion of state collaboration and management on rivers is called out in the act, as it is in many places. And so what this would do, this method on the right here, it provides a way to designate a river that leaves most of the management of the river in the hands of the state or the local government, but then it also provides protection from harmful federal level hydropower or water resource projects. So it could be higher level of protection. And there's actually a House report, I think from the 1960s, that expresses a hope that all the states will become active partners in the development of the National Scenic River System. So this is one of the ways that they their jurisdiction is called out and provided for in their collaboration for the national system. So then what happens after designation? Well, the managing agency has several requirements that need to occur shortly after the designation of a river. And one is to establish a boundary for the Wild and Scenic Rivers corridor. And then they go ahead and submit that to Congress and make it available to the public. And in the act, that boundary is typically like a 1/4 mile on each side. And then there's like a special provision for Alaska that's a 1/2 mile. And that boundary can actually be tailored to different features in the river. Maybe it'd be best to include something that helps to enhance some of the values that were identified, like a scenic value, perhaps. or it can be adjusted to maybe exclude certain features that wouldn't be congruent with wild and scenic management. And then after they've made that foundation of having a boundary for the river corridor, they are called to develop what's called a comprehensive river management plan. So let's talk a little bit about what the management plan is and how we go about putting it together. So first of all, it's required that the management plan, the planning process is executed with a collaborative approach. So there has to be consultation with tribes, there has to be consultation with state and local governments, and participation from the interested public. And the goal is to prepare it within about 3 years of designation. So then on the left here, I included some features of the plan that really inform each other. And I think the foundation for management here is having a really great description of river values. Being able to understand the components that make up those values and what's truly loved and appreciated about them is what sets the stage for all the other decision making that follows in the plan. And so the plan also requires the development of what's called desired conditions, which is essentially like management goals. So being able to describe either like quantitatively or qualitatively the goals for those values to be protected into the future is a required part of the plan. And then after that, when you're able to describe these values in detail, it will help you identify the components that can be most reliably monitored from year to year. So there's got to be an appropriate monitoring strategy that would give us meaningful information about the quality of those values year after year so that we can make management decisions. So then another unique aspect of the plan that's important for a number of reasons, but probably most notably discussed regarding recreation on a lot of rivers is what's called a user capacity. And basically that is describing the amounts and types of use that the river can accommodate. And this can get really specific. It can be defining a number of folks during a certain season in a certain recreation area within the river that the corridor can accommodate without degrading the values. And so that takes an intensive study to make decisions on those types of things. And it can cover a wide range of recreation activities, but most often like things like boating or rafting. And so that has to be defined in the plan. And then a commentary on the development of lands and facilities, because we talked about how we classify the river in consideration of the development in the river corridor. So just talking about maintenance or maybe removal of facilities that don't serve the experience there and making decisions on that. And then in addition to that, we discussed water quality and free flow as part of the critical river values. And so it's important during the planning process basically to like identify, okay, do we have any current threats to these things? Are there any ongoing proposals, or do we have any concerns about these values, defining and measuring these things so we can make considerations moving forward. And that's always a collaborative process, oftentimes with the states who tend to have a lot of data on some of these things. And then lastly, the plan clarifies the authorities of other agencies. So that could be other federal agencies, if they have certain responsibilities on rivers that they need to continue carrying out, we've got to figure out how to make that work within the bounds and protections offered by wild and scenic designation. And then in addition to that, just communicating with any state and local authorities that are operating in and around the rivers as well. So then in section 10, which I don't know why it's in section 10, I feel like it should be in section 1. This is where we get a deeper description of like, what's the actual mindset that we take towards management as a whole. And so the mandate here is to protect and enhance river values. And so we find a little bit of an expansion on that idea in section 10 of the Act. And then in addition to that, they also provide a little bit of clarification in that one. In cases where wilderness areas, federally designated wilderness areas, and wild and scenic designation overlaps, the more restrictive legal provisions apply. In that case, if there's any like conflict of use or activity happening. So section 7, this is one of the most powerful and unique aspects of the Act. And this is where so much collaboration and education is required to have a successful evaluation of proposed projects in wild and scenic rivers. Proposal of projects is not prohibited. However, new federal hydropower facilities are prohibited in wild and scenic rivers. And again, that's in specific context to the response to a lot of the dam building policies in the 1960s. However, there is a process for assessing proposals of other projects. Examples include dams, water diversions, bridge crossings, boat ramps, channelizing the river, or stabilizing the river banks. So in an assessment of each project, the project is broken down in order to understand how each of the river values would be affected, including the free-flowing condition, river outstanding remarkable values, and then the water quality as well. And so there has to be collaboration between the proponent and the river administering agency. And together they evaluate the project. They make a section 7 determination. And what they determine is whether the values will be degraded in some way or not, and to the level that it's acceptable, because there are different standards that are applied for designated versus steady rivers, or projects that are happening upstream or downstream of the river corridor. And then the outcome of that determination controls whether the agency can go ahead and permit or fund or assist with the project in some manner. It's important to note that the classification, again, the development of that river doesn't have an effect on the section 7 determination. It doesn't mean that the standards are lower for projects that are proposed on recreational segments. We're not encouraging additional development in those segments. We're just identifying the level that's occurring at the time of designation. So all water resource projects that are permitted need to be congruent with the values of that river if they are to be permitted, assisted, or otherwise authorized. Yeah, and then there's another section of the Act that's dedicated to providing further clarification on other activities that happen in river corridors. And mining is one of those things. I wish I had taken a course on legislative terminology associated with mining, but fortunately the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act is fairly clear on the rights of folks who are seeking to do and conduct mining activities. So essentially, mining and leasing activities are subject to those that hold valid existing rights in the river corridor. However, wild rivers, those designated as wild, are actually withdrawn from mining and mineral leasing in the river corridor. Whereas the scenic and recreational segments, they're not statutorily withdrawn from the language in the Act, but they can actually be administratively withdrawn, which would mean like the managing agency makes that decision during the designation process and the planning process. And it is a consideration that each managing agency should make for those rivers, depending on the proposed activities there. And then in addition to that, if Congress identifies a river that they want to authorize a study on, those rivers are also withdrawn from mining, usually for like 3 years. And at the same time, they're not withdrawn from mineral leasing laws. So there are different kinds of activities that can occur in that case. And then as far as the planning process overall, when it comes to mining and mineral activity, in areas where mineral activity is permissible, the plan should address locatable, leasable, and saleable mineral materials for those areas. And so that's what the provisions are for mining activities in mountains and rivers. So I find this to be one of the most critical parts of the act as well. And this is clarification about cooperation and partnership. Because again, at the genesis of the act, there was intention to provide ways for state and local participation in either the planning and the management and future activities and projects in wild and scenic rivers. So state and local participation in protecting the rivers is absolutely encouraged. Federal agencies, the way they are able to go about doing that and collaborating, they're authorized to enter into cooperative agreements. So they can enter into legal agreements authorizing work and funding of projects, and then they can provide technical and financial assistance for projects on rivers as well. And I've got an example here on the left. This is the Lower Deschutes River Wilds, their management plan. Excuse me, and the designation language required the river to be administered by a lot of groups. That includes the Bureau of Land Management, the state of Oregon, and the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs. And during the development of the river plan, several other local and state entities were brought into the process to decide how the river would be managed as well. And I think it's important to point out that a lot of plans can and should be developed in this way because states that have their own programs for classifying rivers for different features, whether it's water quality or other outstanding values, can inform and lay a framework for a lot of the decisions that we're making in evaluating wild and scenic rivers. And so oftentimes that technical assistance is appreciated or useful in the management of that river after designation. So then section 11 also provides some additional information for how the federal government can assist, advise, and cooperate with states and other political subdivisions too, like landowners, private organizations, or individuals, so that they can plan, protect, and manage the river resources. And then there's actually an additional portion of section 11 that encourages states to consider opportunities for state and local wild and scenic rivers when they're working on their state comprehensive outdoor recreation plans. So if there are other like annual or I guess reoccurring planning processes that occur at the state level, the Secretary of Interior can encourage an evaluation for some of the water resources to occur during that time as well. So let's talk a little bit about land ownership and jurisdictions before we kind of round things off. At the tail end, we'll talk about water as well before I hand it over to Andrea. So there are different sections of the act that cite what land acquisition looks like on the part of the federal government. So there are specific procedures for acquiring land and also limitations to the federal government's ability to do that. But essentially an agency can try to acquire lands from willing sellers to help protect the outstandingly remarkable values or help with the overall manageability of the river, but rarely use condemnation. The appropriate secretary is also authorized they can accept donations of lands and interests in land, funds, and other property for use in connection with their management of the river segment. And then in addition to that, it does require all like neighboring federal agencies to coordinate with the managing agency to make sure that they take actions to protect the lands that are included in the river corridor, border upon, or are adjacent to designated and study rivers in accordance with the act. There's a lot of discussion about the activities that may happen in those places and special attention given to like timber harvest or road construction or similar activities that could be contrary to the purposes of protecting the river. So that coordination has to occur as well across jurisdictions. So then let's briefly touch on direction for water quality. Essentially, the federal agencies are directed to cooperate with the EPA and the appropriate state water pollution and control agencies who have that data and that frequency of monitoring and sort of a framework for looking at water quality there. So that collaboration needs to happen in order to protect water quality. And then in addition to that, in section 13, it addresses the rights of the state and establishes a federal reserved water right, which is essentially the quantity that's necessary to protect river values. And so that's the clarity that's provided for both quality and quantity in the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. Oops. Okay, so really briefly before I close, if you have questions, just write them down and hopefully we can sort them. But I just wanted to remind you of some of the resources that are available to take a closer look at any of the concepts that I shared today. And one is a product of the Interagency Council, which is rivers.gov. And that's where you'll find a lot of our publications on different sections of the Act. We've got an entire comprehensive paper on Section 7. So all the standards that are involved in that process, authorities to make the determination. And there's a lot of case studies as well and project examples. And then we've got a water quality paper. We've got a quantity paper as well. And then obviously, in addition to that, we collaborate with River Management Society. So the River Training Center has worked to produce a lot of different videos that are really helpful to management of wild and scenic rivers. And so on the YouTube channel, there's like a whole section for instructive videos and discussions on those topics. And if you want to get really familiar with like law and policy, I recommend the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act training modules. You can find those on provalenslearning.com. And then in addition to that, I help to facilitate alongside my colleague, Liz Townley. I don't know, I pointed over here, she's not here, but we help to facilitate a group called Team Rapids. And so essentially that's a group of folks who are either passing through wild and scenic management challenges or who are river managers working on plans or trying to come up with different strategies for management and stewardship of the river. So we just meet monthly and we workshop through ideas, and it's a really nice network to be involved in because you can pose a lot of questions and there's people with experience to help and support. And if you want to know what RAPID stands for, it's kind of convoluted, but that's totally in theme with Wild and Scenic Rivers. It stands for Rivers and Planning Interdisciplinary Discussions. But it sounds cuter when you say rapids. So anyways, just wanted to invite you to be a part of any of those spaces before I hand it over to Andrea. And if there's any immediate questions, maybe you can like put them in the chat. How are we doing on time?
Hey, Tangi, I think we're doing pretty good. You know, it's a little hard to read that email address link there. So maybe when you're done sharing, if you could just pop that in the chat for anyone who's interested in joining those Team Rapids calls. I've been enjoying them. I joined them and I've learned a lot. There's been some cool topics explored. So highly encourage anyone who's interested in learning more about wild and scenic rivers to join some of those. Awesome. Well, I think now we're going to kind of shift from this national focus down towards wild and scenic rivers in Michigan. And I'm going to have Andrea introduce herself. And Andrea, I'm hoping that we got your mic working. And so.
Yeah, can you hear me? Otherwise, I'll take out my earphones and just talk.
It's a little muffled still.
Okay, is this better?
You know, it's still a little muffled. Well, now we're getting a try again.
All right, sorry, I'll turn up my volume too. I'm not sure what's going on here with it.
maybe even just moving a little bit closer to your computer and making sure sometimes there's like papers in front of like where my speaker or microphone is, and that can help. It's like we can hear your microphone, so it's working.
Yeah. So when I moved my, I'm sorry, my computer screen shows up on me. I moved my laptop. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Is that any better?
A tiny bit. Might just have to have you speak loudly and clearly.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. All right.
So right now we're seeing the Zoom screen. When you go to click to share screen, you'll have the option to maybe select the slideshow.
Yeah, for some reason it's not doing that. That's what I was trying earlier. So.
Thanks everyone for bearing with us.
I'm sorry about this. Yeah, for whatever reason, it's not displaying, giving me that option, Angie.
Let's see.
It just gives me the entire screen, and it's only you guys, and it won't allow the other ones to select.
That might be on your end, Andrea, with the version of Zoom. So you might just have to go with making the presentation large, and then yeah.
Can you see my presentation now?
We can. It's not in presentation mode yet, but we see it with the outline of the slides on the side.
Is that any better?
There was no change for us.
I'm not used to using Zoom, so I apologize first. Yeah, are there any of these at the bottom that might help me?
If you click the one that looks like the projector screen on the bottom right.
Yeah, does this display properly now?
Because do you have two screens, Andrea?
Yeah.
I think we're seeing your other screen. I think we're seeing like the one with the notes. So
is there a button here that I can push?
That's what I'm trying to see.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not. I can just hide presenter view. Does that show?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I changed it. I hid the presenter view, hide presenter view. Did that work?
It did not, but if you try stop sharing and then resharing that screen, you might have, when you're sharing your screen, the option to select your second monitor. Again, thanks for your patience, everyone. Hope you're having some time to reflect on your notes of wild and scenic rivers and refill your coffee.
Did it still not work?
We don't see your screen right now. We just you're not sharing yet.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we could take a 5-minute break and you could help me, Angie. I don't know why it's working for me. It's obviously an operator error. So
Yeah. No, I think that's a great idea.
okay.
Let's do a 5-minute break. And yeah, use the bathroom, go refill your coffee. We'll meet back here at doing my time change, like 10:35. Cool. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop the recording.
So Andrea, you said when you go to click to share your screen. Okay. Wait, I see you're sharing now. All right. We see the slideshow.
Andrea, if you hit start slideshow from the beginning,
Yeah.
maybe it'll at least expand it. I don't know.
Is it really small or something?
It's basically just showing like the present, like what you would see if you were editing it.
Yeah. So
And
when I click on it, it shows on my end that it's displaying.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I remember this happening to me
There's
before.
so kind of along that bar, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 from the right, set up slideshow just to the right of that. Did that bring up like a pop-up box?
Yeah, it did.
And there should be a setting where it's like present in, or like a way to like, actually, you know what? Click out of that.
Okay.
And then on the top bar, but towards the right-hand side, monitors next to captions and subtitles. Yeah, if you click that, there might be a way to like flop the screens.
So not have it in presenter view.
We can't actually see your options, but
okay, it was in use presenter view. So I'll try it not in presenter view, I guess.
we are not seeing your screen anymore.
I'm gonna try it in my laptop. That might allow me to do it differently.
So Angie, I looked up online and it says on PowerPoint menu select says, how do I turn off presenter view in Zoom in PowerPoint? On the PowerPoint menu, select preferences, the PowerPoint preferences dialog box. Under output and sharing, click slideshow. Clear the always start presenter view.
We've got it, Andrea.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to open up my laptop. It was because I have one monitor. And it wouldn't allow me to look at the meeting at the same time.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that looks great.
Yeah. Okay. So,
And we can actually hear you better too.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
And this has happened to me. This has happened to me several times, so don't sweat it.
Yeah, Yeah, I have not had that happen, so that was kind of frustrating. Just let me know. So now I can't see anything, so just let me know when it's time to go.
Cool. We got another minute or so. On your slideshow, there is a little pop-up that says Zoom is sharing your screen. Yeah, perfect. That
Okay.
just was hiding a little bit of text.
The joys of Zoom.
Right. And everyone's setup is different and different types of
Yes.
computers and
Yeah, we use Teams. I'm just a little more versed in that. Sorry about that.
no worries. I've adopted a new motto that it's okay to be raggedy, that we're all always learning and rarely are things perfect, and so it's okay. Well, as people are starting to come back, I did forget, speaking of raggedy, I did forget in the very beginning to ask all of you to share. So you did see me put into the chat, share a little bit about yourself, who you are, why you're joining, where you're at. So thank you to those who shared in the meeting chat. And for those who didn't, we'd still love to hear from you. So feel free to put into the chat box who you are, where you're at, mentally, physically, whatever you'd like to share there. And then why you're joining today and what you're hoping to get out of today. So that would be awesome. And then I'm going to test everyone right now. I'm going to have you, if you are ready to go find that reactions button and hit the thumbs up emoji. There we go. All right. Just making sure people know where those controls are. This is also helpful letting us know how many people are kind of back. You'll notice it doesn't stay up. It just stays up for a couple seconds. So cool. Well, I saw a lot of thumbs up. Again, thanks everyone for your patience. And I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to you, Andrea, to introduce yourself and take us through the wild and scenic rivers in Michigan.
Great, thanks, Angie. Yeah, so my name is Andrea Nia. I'm the forest fish biologist for the Huron-Manistee National Forest, and I'm based out of Cadillac. And I'm going to give just an overview of the National Wild and Scenic Rivers that are the Huron-Manistee is the federal river administering agency for. So this is kind of a step back view of all the wild and scenic rivers in Michigan. So there's 16, and you can see there's a lot of them lumped up there in the UP portion of Michigan. We do have 5 designated rivers on the forest. And, of all the river miles in Michigan, just a little more than 1% of the state's river miles are wild and scenic. So the Huron-Manistee manages the Asable, Bear Creek, and Manistee. They're kind of bundled over there on the upper left. The Pere Marquette, which is I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, this one to the lowest one, and then the Pine River, which is a tributary to the Greater Manistee. So as Tangi went over, there's different river classifications. None of the ones that we manage are wild. There are 4 scenic and 1 recreation river. So the scenic ones, they're more primitive, less developed, some access, but not everywhere. And versus the recreational river, which is just the Manistee, very accessible by road, some development, and there may have been some impoundments or diversions in the past. So I'll just kind of give an overview of each of the river segments that are designated. And all this information can be found on that rivers.gov site. So it's helpful. The maps aren't necessarily 100% true to the technical boundaries, but I think they give you a good picture of it. So the Asable was designated in 1984, and it also became a Michigan Natural River in 1987. So on some of the ones that have co-designations by the federal and state agencies. I have the dates up in there. And the point being that a lot of them were either designated with both the state and federal designations the same year or very close to each other. The designated reach on the Asable goes from the Mayo Dam Pond project boundary downstream to the Alcona Pond project boundary. And that's 23 miles of scenic river. And the outstanding remarkable values for that system are free-flowing, archaeological, historical, recreation, cold water fisheries, wildlife, and plant species. This one is written a little different than some of the ones that were done a little later. The plan for this one was written in 1988, and it is very in need of updating. So as I go through these, you know, they have different, you'll see different levels of the plans. So you can tell this is fairly old, and it's not a very lengthy document compared to some of the newer plans. The Manistee River and Bear Creek were, their management plan is joint because Bear Creek comes in, is a tributary to the Manistee here, and you can see more of the actual boundary area of it. But they were both designated in 1992. So on the Manistee River, it goes from the DNR boat ramp that's just below Tippy Dam to M55 Bridge. And the classification for this one is recreational, and it's 26 miles. So the ORVs are recreation, fisheries, fish habitat, and wildlife. Sometimes it's interesting when, you know, if you were doing one thing, a project, it can't, one benefit to one ORV can't be a hindrance to another ORV. Bear Creek goes from Coates Highway to the confluence with the Manistee River. And this one is a scenic river of 6.5 miles. So it's interesting that both these rivers have different classifications. One's recreational and one's scenic, but they, you know, they're in very close proximity to each other. So the outstanding remarkable values for Bear Creek are scenic, recreation, and wildlife. And that plan was written in 1996. And copies of all these plans can be found on the rivers.org website as well. So the Pere Marquette was designated in 1978. It goes from the junction of the middle and little south branches down to US 31. And that's 66 miles of scenic river. And the ORVs are outdoor recreation, fisheries, visuals, aesthetics, historic and archaeological. So this one does have a comprehensive river management plan that was written in 2008. So that's the most current river plan that we have for the forest. And then lastly, the Pine River. It was designated in 1992, and the designated reach goes from Lincoln Bridge to, this is a very legal description, but it basically goes to where old Stronach Dam used to be, because it wouldn't have included the dam in there. The classification for that one is 26 miles of scenic river, and the ORVs are scenic, recreation, and fisheries. And then we also manage 2 congressionally authorized 5A study rivers. So the Little Manistee, the river was determined eligible, but the suitability study was not completed. And then the White River was also determined eligible, and the suitability study was not completed. So the studies were due in 1995. However, when a study has not been submitted to Congress, the statutory protections of the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act do remain in effect. So a little more detail on the Little Manistee. There's 42 miles that were determined eligible, and it basically goes from just upstream of the Michigan DNR fish weir and egg cake facility to Kings Road, which is about 2 miles west of Luther. So I tried to pull this up in the best way to see it, since it's not truly mapped on the rivers.org site. And then the other one is the White River. This one, there were 75.4 miles that were determined eligible. This was the best map I have, but I think I've been searching for a little better map for the boundaries, since we do really need to know the exact boundaries in terms of when projects are being implemented, if they're within or outside the designated corridor or study river corridor. So this is just a recap that there are 5 designated rivers and 2 study rivers. And there's 4 primary federal agencies charged with protection and managing of the wild and scenic rivers. And you saw their logos all on Angie's slides, but the Forest Service manages these due to our proximity, and where the rivers flow within the forest boundary. So just some tips and tools for if for Section 7, whether, the early coordination and communication is very important. From external, it might be as simple as, the need, if people knowing that there is a need for a Section 7, or sometimes the first question is, does it require a Section 7 analysis? So is it a water resource project? So that, as defined by Tangi, just to reiterate, would be a project below the ordinary high water mark, and then also have a federal connection. And in Michigan, portions of the Clean Water Act have been delegated to the state of Michigan. So if a Eagle permit is required, then that's part of what triggers that a Section 7 is needed. And then knowing where the location is to the Wild and Scenic River corridor. So whether the project is inside the boundary or outside, and the potential for impacts. So a project may be quite a ways away, or very simple and not expected to have impacts. And so in those instances, our line officers, which would be our district rangers, will often make the call on whether or not Section 7 is needed. And then the location also drives which evaluation standard is used for writing it. So on timing, we've been working with a number of partners that some of are on this call, and that need to build in extra time so that we're not delaying projects. Just it takes a little bit longer as we navigate through our Section 7 signature process. And then internally, we also have awareness for the need of a Section 7. Some of our other programs, they may not understand the requirements of it, or may not be aware of it if, say, they're newer to the agency. And so that's an important awareness as well, on an internal level. And then from our end, we have engagement with the district staff, the specialists. We try and handle these more out of the supervisor's office to reduce burden on district staff. And then we also need to communicate to the regional office that this is being worked on and they should be seeing a project coming soon. So again, we want to try and prevent any project delays for external or internal projects. And so the proposed activity, we take a look at it. If the Section 7 is needed, that analysis is drafted. When it comes in from an external partner, then we review it on the forest level. And if there's any big changes, we send it back to the partner. But otherwise, if it seems pretty good to go, we'll share that draft with the regional office. And that's really so when the final Section 7 comes through, that it's a much quicker process. So in the end, we send that final Section 7 analysis and the Eagle joint permit. That's really helpful for our regional office to see that it was permitted and address any concerns. So then it can be reviewed and signed by our regional forester. A couple other things are Section 7 is the early coordination is whether a project is a go or a no-go. There's no mitigation on projects. So if something's being proposed that is not going to get approval, we don't want to encourage anybody to invest money and time in developing a project. And so that early coordination really helps out. So for example, on the Little Manistee, there's a sea lamprey weir that's being modified, which is also part of the DNR hatchery system. So we've been working with the Army Corps of Engineers to make sure that whatever designs they develop will be good to go, and they're not getting to 95% design or 100% design and having to go back to the drawing board. And then we can also provide examples if someone's writing them, have a very general template. we have a river-specific template for the Pure Marquette that Kristen, my colleague, who she's now taken another position, but she developed that. So we were getting a lot of Section 7s for the Pure Marquette. We can give examples from the same river to help with recycling language or a similar type of project that has been approved, because then that, I think that informs that if this other project was passed or received approval, that you have a greater chance of your project being approved as well. So again, the projects are being looked at in terms of protecting the and enhancing free flow water quality and whatever the ORVs are for that river. They'll go through some completed ones. As you can see, the Pure Marquette has a lot of them in parentheses. I wrote who's writing them. So the Section 7s can be written by us or the partner. It's really more a function of time. So, you know, who can have it written quickly, and then we can navigate it through our process. So CRA has been doing a lot because they have a lot of projects on the Pure Marquette. And then MDOT, anytime they're rebuilding or adjusting abutments on a, you know, where it's a wild and scenic river, their engagement is important. And then for some of the projects on the Manistee River, working with the tribe, the Little River Band, we end up doing those evaluations for them, similar to the Army Corps of Engineers. Sometimes if another federal agency or tribal entity asks us to write them, then we will do that. A couple other ones that we've worked on, you know, and so you'll see the Little Manistee and the White are both study rivers, but they did have Section 7s done on them. And then that Manistee Wild and Scenic River, that was a boat launch that was not a Forest Service boat launch that was being upgraded. So we have a number of projects in progress. Some of them are ours, some of them are partners. So the mix of internal and external projects, or ones that different people are taking the lead on. And then I just wanted to again highlight that rivers.org. It's a great clearinghouse for all kinds of information related to the river systems. And that's all I had on this.
Thanks, Andrea. So now's some time for questions, Q&A. If there's any questions that you might have, clarifications, again, you can put those into the chat, or we have some time. We could have you like raise your hand and I can call on you to unmute. Yeah, David, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question. Thanks, Andrea, for that. You put that partial list of in progress projects. What is the pace like over time, over the last few years of projects, and I'm curious about just staff. Like that just seems like a lot that's happening currently. So just
Yeah.
some perspectives that you can offer on the amount of projects that you're seeing and having to work through.
Yeah, there's definitely been an increase in the number of projects with the Section 7 evaluation, and it's more of as extra duties assigned. So it can be challenging, you know, with, you know, like I said, Kristen's gone now. Usually Kristen was the recreation program lead, and me as the fisheries lead, we kind of divvied them out in terms of who would move them through our agency. So now with Kristen gone, that's definitely a gap there. But you know, we try and communicate when we hope to get our review done and back to them, but it's definitely a challenge with staffing.
Brian, go ahead.
Hey, Andrea. The study rivers, the White and the Little Manistee, with those study periods going back to the 90s. What would be the catalyst now, so many years later, to finally go back and look at those for designation?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We've had some conversations about that in the past, especially with the Little Manistee potentially look at natural rivers designation. And, when Tangi was going through her sides, it really stuck out to me that if a river at the state level was already going through was designated in some way, that maybe the Secretary of Interior would have a role. I'm not sure if Tangi can respond to that in another way, if I'm on track with that. Because when I looked at the numbers, there were I think there was 144 rivers that were in that study status. So you have this massive backlog of rivers that haven't completed that process. And then we have all the existing rivers that need updated management plans. So, and I'm sure there's new rivers as well.
Yeah, I'll also clarify a little bit about the level of the study. So if a river is in a study status, or has been identified as eligible, potentially during a land management planning process or something, but there is a project proposal that occurs on that river, that can potentially trigger a suitability study so that they can make a decision about what would be appropriate to implement on that river. And then at that point, if the river was deemed suitable, it would remain in that protective status, but if not, it would be released from that protected status. So that's kind of another reason that rivers might remain under a certain study status. But yeah, it's oftentimes a capacity thing. I mean, this past year, there were 4 or 5 different land management plan revisions for forest lands, and they only did eligibility study. I don't think anyone did a suitability study. So there's a lot of weird politicking around what that status means. I think some advocates kind of see it as a faux designation, because rivers often remain in that status for many years. And it's something that's a little bit more in reach than designation sometimes. And then other folks have the same concerns and fears about a river remaining in that status, because they think a more active management approach would be appropriate for that river. So it's kind of a challenge of the study process that we have right now as managing agencies.
Did that answer your question, Brian?
Yeah, Nate, I see your hand.
Is it Tangi?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. In your presentation, you mentioned, it sounded to me like, and I'm good at converting things into things that I understand better, not always correct. It sounded like there was a potential for an arbitrary designation, some, and I don't see anybody nodding, so. But it seemed like there was the possibility for a river to just be designated if it had, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, arbitrary. I was trying to think about what you meant by that. But yeah, I mean, if Congress passes legislation for a river to be designated, it can be designated outright. Without undergoing a full study process or anything like that, or advocacy from the state. I mean, we always hope as managing agencies that they choose wisely and that there's actual support for those things. Otherwise, legislation wouldn't pass. But Congress can designate rivers.
Okay.
And
Yeah, that doesn't sound like it speeds things up then.
well, yeah, I might jump in on that because I've been guilty of circumventing the process. So yeah, originally I think the act was designed to go through these phases, and interestingly, not surprisingly, agencies are really busy. And they have a lot of things on their plates, and so there was also a lot more comprehensive. I think it was anticipated that the agencies would do a much more comprehensive look initially in an ongoing basis to make these recommendations, but those in and of themselves take time and money and staffing. And so actually going back to the Carter administration, there were executive orders that were issued to try to light a fire under the agencies to do more of these, to make more recommendations. And they've done a much better job, that's for sure. But there's still, because of staffing constraints and funding, these studies just, they take time. And so I think the short answer to your question, Nate, is if there is community demand, and because nothing is going to happen, especially in this political environment, without strong local demand and support and diverse support. So if you see that, oftentimes you can, the local folks will rely on, their own studies or eligibility determinations, which is one step from suitability, that basically identifies what the outstanding values are for that river and why it should be justified to be protected. And then the agencies get to weigh in through the congressional process and testimony and whatnot. And oftentimes there are tweaks to, hey, you didn't look at this, or, this is concerning in the language or something like that. So there are multiple pathways. And so it becomes kind of a dance between the agencies and Congress and the local communities.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting things too is in terms of who the federal administering agency would be as well. If there was a river running through Sleeping Bear Dunes or a national park, that's a natural connection there. But there's some that if they fall really far outside, that's where I'm not sure, like if there's not Park Service or Forest Service land, and, I'm guessing in Michigan, we don't have BLM presence like out west, so there's Fish and Wildlife Service, but I was curious if Tangi knew how that was selected.
So a river that's not within a federal land managing agency's jurisdiction that's proposed would be under what's called the partnership model. So then the primary technical assistance would come from the Park Service. And then I think, what's the name of it? There's it's some kind of council that would be the primary manager, and that would be made up of advocacy group, maybe county representatives, city level representatives. I think we've got a couple different rivers under the partnership model. It's 20 right now, 18, 19, 20. And so some are managed primarily by the county, some are managed by mixed jurisdiction with tribal representation, but the technical assistance would primarily come from the Park Service in that case, if it's not even touching or bordering any federal land.
Yeah, and the partnership model is a really interesting one and growing. It's actually one that even last Congress, we saw a couple of bills pass under unanimous consent in the U.S. Senate, which is crazy to think of anything passing Congress these days. But as Tangi said, the Park Service completes a study working with a local community based on a request from a member of Congress who represents that area. Then they make a recommendation to Congress, and through their study process, they hold a series of public meetings, and they essentially work with local townships, jurisdictions, cities to assess whether or not they would support and help meet the goals of a designation. So they essentially enter into MOUs with counties and townships and cities. And this is a growing model whereby the Park Service oversees the things that have to do with federal permits, but the management of the river falls to the local stakeholder group and the local and county regulation. So it's an interesting public sort of federal local model. And once designated, those councils that Tangi mentioned, they actually receive an annual appropriation to help implement the goals of the management plan. And so, it's a really locally based, driven model for river protection, and these are areas that are predominantly, if not entirely, flow through private lands. So it's a really interesting model.
Thanks, David. And I would just add in, one of the unique things about partnership models is during those public input meetings in the beginning, before it ever becomes a partnership, you are working together to write that river management plan. So as opposed to a traditional wild and scenic river where it's designated and then within 3 years, hopefully a management plan is written. With the partnership approach, it's usually completed beforehand. And then what's great is whether it's designated or not as partnership, you have that plan that you can always use with all of your partners. But Daniel, I saw your hand up, and then after Daniel, Risa will go to you.
Yeah, that conversation around the partnership rivers, I think is, that's interesting. And, David, you and I have talked about that before, and we've talked about with a few others on here about that model. I think it would fit a lot of rivers in Michigan that particularly, flow through a mix, just like what you're describing, sort of these semi-urbanized areas that also have, natural river districts, and, in a lot of ways are like the Huron River in one way or another. So I'm interested in pursuing that, and we've kind of tried to do that in fits and starts over the last, whatever it's been, year or two with COVID and so forth. So I guess my question on that, for somebody that is in our position, or I think maybe like a lot of us on the call, where we've done kind of a lot of the background work and the network building, where we essentially have that coalition of management that you're describing between, DNR parks, in our case, metro parks, and then, trail towns and so forth. And we have a national park unit at the very bottom. I guess my question is sort of, what is the best first set of steps? Because I feel like we have a lot of the materials sort of half done, or maybe done in a different format already. Is it trying to come up with, this management plan ahead of time as sort of this presentable draft, showing that you have, the structure and the network and the parties interested? Or is it, working with the congressional sponsors, which again, I think we would have a pretty good one in Debbie Dingle or Alyssa Slotkin. But is sort of what comes first, kind of what do folks recommend just in pursuing that as sort of the first steps to get it rolling?
Well, I'll jump in. Yeah, I think since so much groundwork has been done, I think initiating those conversations with congressional offices with a broad and diverse set of local stakeholders as much as possible, right? Cities, counties, townships, to initiate those conversations to explore their level of interest. Because as I say, that there's a two-step process. The first step is to pass legislation to study. So that's essentially a whole, at least probably a 18-month, 2-year process once passed out of Congress. And that gives the several forums, many forums for the public to weigh in on consideration and to work through issues, challenges, opportunities that haven't been considered. And then the Park Service then makes a recommendation based on the input that they receive from all those entities back to the sponsors and back to Congress. And while it take, it takes 2 acts of Congress. So you think how that's going to take, a couple of generations. But what we've seen is that these are actually moving much faster through Congress, because and they're more, once designated, they're much more durable, right? Because you have a really methodical process by which the community is considering this. So happy to work with you about what some of the next steps might be.
Thanks, David. Go ahead, Risa.
Yeah, I was gonna, besides Angie's comments, she put in the chat a great toolkit the Partnership Wild and Scenic Rivers Toolkit. So it's sort of a recipe for how to do a partnership river. But one thing is that the you can approach the Park Service for support in the process, even before designation. And then, like Andrew said, once the rivers are designated, not half, but sometimes as much as half of the operating funds for managing a Partnership Wild and Scenic River comes from Forest Service technical assistance. So you've got a partner at the Forest Service from the beginning through designation, and then once it's designated. So Park Service folks are assigned 1 or 2 or 3 rivers that are their rivers to help manage. So you have great partners there. And I was going to say to your question, both, if you don't need to have a plan in order to approach a congressional staff person, the more you have, the better. But if you have tools, you're probably ahead of others who just walk in and say, we think that this would be great to be protected.
Thanks, Risa. Brian, go ahead.
So I have a vague knowledge of wild and scenic history that in the 70s and maybe the early 80s, these partnership models were tried and struggled. And I'm wondering if it was named something different or if it's a different process. I'm thinking of like the Park Service, Pennsylvania rivers, where there was condemnation involved and they really backed off. And I thought that the federal program really moved towards designating rivers where they had specific ownership and they had a managing agency that had direct land control of the adjacent lands, and it moved away from partnership. So this is pretty interesting to me. I guess I wasn't really following that the partnership model was becoming prevalent or was kind of gaining momentum. And I'm wondering, I guess two-part question. Am I misremembering some of that history for those that know the history of the program and some of the struggles it had, specifically the Park Service in the early years? Was that something different than the partnership model? And is there something to be learned from that to avoid any pitfalls if it's going to be used now as a prevailing model?
Risa,
Yeah.
did you have an answer to that?
Yeah, I did a project on the lower Delaware, and if you look at their comprehensive river management plan, it's kind of loosey-goosey. It doesn't say ORV anywhere in there. It has values, and some of the values are kind of contradictory even. But it was a bunch of people from 24 boroughs and townships and counties and states working on a plan. And that was, in the 80s. So I would say, to answer your question, but they work together and they deal with this loosey-goosey plan and they make it work because there are a lot of people kind of harnessed together with a common goal of protecting their river. So I think in the early days, it just wasn't structured enough. There were no rules, there was no precedent. I think so that's where folks suffered. Now there's so much experience, there's so much success, there's so much don't do this and avoid this, that if you started from scratch now, it would be, I wouldn't say it's like way easier or it would take lots less time, but it'll be much more understandable and implementable once you got to your plan.
And I think the success, there's a sort of a partnership coalition. So of all of the groups that have work under the National Park Service partnership model, they collaborate very closely with one another and have become sort of a political force to build a caucus to support. And so they've been advocating for this annual appropriation to actually get federal funding on the ground to these local councils that are implementing the plan. And I think having financial support for an entity that is broadly represented in the community to implement these plans I think has helped a lot, because there's actually increasingly professional staff that are helping support the goals of the management plan. And that's a big difference than, just having a single volunteer trying to, so you have the Park Service who can help with the technical side. You already have an upfront commitment from the local regulating entities, right? And you have a broadly represented council of stakeholders that are financially supported to help implement it. So I think those elements have really helped bolster these designations. I was surprised, probably 10 years ago I kind of did a cursory review of the Park Service staff who work on these to see if they had seen after designation, 10, 15 years later, an erosion of local support. And they said actually just the opposite, as they've learned more about the limiting factors and needs and being able to show progress and reflect that back to the community, they've seen greater support. So it's a really neat model. It won like a Harvard Business School award for public-private partnership. So it's actually shown real progress. And so we're looking at it in a lot of other places, even out west where there isn't public lands. Is there an opportunity to replicate this model that's mainly been in the East?
Risa, did you have another question or comment? I also just shared in the chat, in case you're not getting enough screen time today. Maybe it's something to bookmark for later. There's an awesome video. It's about 15 or so minutes, 16 minutes about partnership wild and scenic rivers, and put a link to it in the chat. It kind of goes through some of the history, has some great footage, some great stories. So how about more questions? We've got about 15 more minutes to really dive into wild and scenic rivers. If you have any questions about potential projects that you're working on, clarifications, things like that, now is a great time to ask.
Like
Nate's
Nate
got his
has a
hand up.
question.
Oh yeah, Nate, go ahead.
Thanks. And David, remind me of when you wanted me to weigh in during the meeting today.
Oh yeah, this later in the after the natural rivers presentation after lunch.
Okay, copy that. My comment is, well, you won't find a bigger advocate for protections of rivers than me. Just ask me. This process to perform stream bank restoration, in-stream habitat work in a wild and scenic or a study river, it seems to me like it's an unfunded mandate or an unsupported mandate. And I work with Andrea a lot lately to get Section 7s ginned up and then sent up the chain. But she's one biologist on the Manistee side of the national forest, and so her time is very limited. And I'm seeing, I have colleagues on the meeting too, and they can weigh in. My experience is the schedule for getting Section 7s into the pipeline and then actually getting the clearance has taken up to a year. And so, and one thing that exacerbates that is the requirement to have our state permits in hand before we get the document, the draft document into the Forest Service. So we have to go through the state process of permitting before we can actually submit the Section 7. So that essentially takes a project that we normally could do in a year from start to finish. It pushes it out to the following year. And I recognize the need to plan ahead and to plan for that schedule. But it seems a bit onerous considering the scale of projects that we sometimes undertake on a wild and scenic or a study river. And so I'm wondering, does the district ranger on a forest have any discretion? Or, I guess I have three questions. Does the ranger have any discretion as to whether, you know, he or she can just clear a project through without having to go through the whole process? And for lack of a better term, is there a categorical exclusion that could be implemented for certain activities that don't rise to a certain threshold of impact? And I lost track of the third one. Your lucky day. So I'll take it'll come back to me, Tandy. And so, and later on, I put a rudimentary slideshow together to quick illustrate what kind of projects we are implementing on study rivers and wild and scenic on private land or state land. So anyway, thank you.
I can comment maybe on the second point you were making around the concept of like some kind of categorical exclusion for certain activities. I'm not sure if I would use the same terminology, and I'd have to pull a nice example of a management plan. But in regards to the values of the river, for example, if there's a fisheries value and our understanding of the environment in that river is that preservation of their habitat is threatened by changes in the river corridor during the development of the plan, there can be provisions for what that management is going to look like of that resource, including descriptions of like effective projects and things like that that can help to provide the guidance, especially because when you're doing the assessment, you're checking to see if the project, what kind of impact it has on those values, and if the project is in line with what was defined as the desired condition for that value, it can have, I guess, a benefit in that way, having been described in the plan. But yeah, I'd have to look for some good examples where those types of provisions have been described in the management of different resources in the river. Yeah, I hope that helps a little bit.
Do you, when you make a reference plan, do you mean the plan that was developed initially on the front end?
Yeah.
Okay, so what was deemed important to add back then, 30, 40 years ago, may not include what we deem important now.
Right.
Used to be dam building was important, and now not so much. So,
Right.
so that, yeah, that, I guess without going back to the plan and unearthing it and revising it, it's easier just to go through the section 7 process, or less time consuming. So yeah, just food for thought.
Right.
Yeah, those are, go ahead.
I feel like a lot of good projects are getting shelved because of the, even if they're on state land or private land, and they happen to be in the corridor, or they're in a study river, landowners are trying to enhance their property or enhance their stream bank, do a good thing by enhancing fisheries resources. And yet, the requirement to go through the process, which is onerous, as I've said a couple of times, not the actual section 7 report, that's quite straightforward. And Andrea has been very helpful in refining at least my ability to get it right the first time. So, but it's the process from there till it goes to Milwaukee for the regional forester to sign. it makes it a lot harder for practitioners who are trying to work on the same goal as the Forest Service to get the projects done. And thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing to keep in mind, when the comprehensive river management plans are redone, if there's the opportunity to incorporate elements such as that. Regarding the line officer decision, I would say anything that's within the Wild and Scenic River corridor, I don't feel like that's on the table for a decision. Projects that may be up or downstream and somebody looks at it, because the language in Tangi, please correct me if I'm wrong, the language isn't necessarily, super specific. So I think if somebody looks at a project and they're like, it's not going, like, this is a very minimal project and it's not going to have any anticipated impacts, that they then would have that decision space to say, I don't think we need to do one for that. Say somebody was putting a boat ramp or something in on township land and it's X distance downstream from the Wild and Scenic River corridor. That's an example of one where the line officer may say, no, we don't need one done for that.
Okay. Oh, I remembered my third question, if that's all right. It seems like if we could bundle sites together on the same river, they may not be geographically proximal, but give me a threshold within 5 miles, 10 miles, whatever. So that would really be helpful in kind of streamlining that, probably for us and the Forest Service, if they had one document to consider. And we also don't want to put something in the water that the Forest Service disagrees with too. And we're always open to discussions on the methodology and the techniques we're using. And so, if it's a matter of the Forest Service saying, well, that looks pretty sketchy, you can see that from space, but but if we're all on the same page, that's even better. So thanks.
Yeah, Nate, thank you for raising this issue. I mean, I think it's a crux issue and really important to work through, because as you say, the standard is protect and enhance. We share the same goals, right? And I think thinking through both sort of where you were going, like the resource issue on the ground for the agencies to actually handle the workload. And that's why I asked the question earlier of Andrea, because we're seeing more of these projects, because groups all over, and it's not unique to Michigan, right? Groups all over the country are becoming more and more sophisticated about what they can do and the funding available to do that on their river. So we're going to see this continue to grow. So addressing the resource issue. And so it's not just the one of, 10 things on someone's plate that they're trying to do. And then also looking at longer term revisions to these river management plans, because many of them are woefully outdated. I mean, some of them are 2 pages and go back 40 or 50 years. And so that's no one's fault. That's also a resource issue, but thinking about as we calling for that, right, and getting resources to the district or the forest or the regional level, the forest level, to revise those, and as a part of those, looking at a more programmatic approach, especially where there's groups that have long-term experience working with the forest already on methods and approaches. I think that's something that, as conservation advocates, we should ask for, right? And finding ways to meet these common objectives that we have without undermining the other core tenet, which is protecting the free flow of the river. So anyway, it's a long sort of soliloquy, but I thank you for raising the question, Nate. I think it's an important one.
Maybe we need a lobby as powerful as the mining lobby. Am I correct in saying that you can mine on a wild and scenic river?
Well, yeah, I think on some, and that's a we can thank the mining law of 1872 for that one. And it depends. I mean, I think there are obviously safeguards and fights that we've had organizationally that have kept that from happening. But the thumb on the scale tends to be pretty strong for the mining lobby, sadly. And that's not the fault of any agencies. That's the fault of kind of our federal legislative history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sorry, if Artemis had his hand up earlier, I'm not sure if he still had a question, Artemis.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
More comment. We've been working quite extensively with Nate for, oh gosh, over 20 years on the Little Manistee here, doing bank remediation fish cover projects. And it's just been the last maybe 5 years where we've been having to deal with the Section 7 because it wasn't really being enforced for whatever reasons. And it's really been a setback for us. Our organization supports both the wild and scenic and the natural rivers programs. I mean, we'd like to be more involved, more, we support the programs, but it makes it very hard for us to encourage people to join us in supporting those programs when it, and I understand it's a resource problem, but when it's so hard to do anything, it's a real turnoff for the local population, which is in our case already kind of a small government, has a really small government mindset. So getting some way through this Section 7 that lets us do some work, lets the public see that the system can work. That's really important for us. And we're trying to figure out our way through this process, but we talk about bundling, we talk about all these other things. And it's we've had 1 or 2 projects in the last, what is it, Nate, 5 years that we finally got through, and we feel like we've made some progress, but we need to figure out how to make this a little easier for everybody, or people just aren't going to accept it. I mean, we've got people that, I mean, recently somebody basically built himself an island in the stream here in the Little Manistee, either because they weren't aware of the rules or just totally disregarded them. And there doesn't seem to be any penalty for what they've done, enforcement, whatever. And I know it's a resource issue, but it's kind of becoming I don't know, it feels a little bit like a free-for-all. How do we get a handle on this?
Thanks for sharing, Artemis. Reese, I didn't know if you've got a response to that, or Brian.
Yeah, well, I'll talk about that because you're a hard act to follow, Artemis, because that's so sad. Seriously. But so I'll address that in a second. But on the bundling, I'm aware a number of designations that are tributary bundles. You know, so you see the Virgin River, but it's really like 18 or 20 or so tributaries. And that can be handled well, and it can be handled not well. In the case of like in the Rogue River, there are a bunch of new elements that were designated, and the agencies can't get together. There is no comprehensive river management plan, you know, aggressive management plan going forward. And it's going to be way past 3 years yesterday. You know, so bundling can be helpful. I mean, in that case, they were designated. So the agencies are literally going through and saying, I don't know if this is really an ORV. It says it's an ORV, but I disagree with it. So they're not even sure that it should be designated. So they're having to go do research to see if they agree with Senator Wyden. So that doesn't work always. And they're also stressed because there's one person doing 7 jobs. So, you know, to Nate, I think your question is, I would suggest trying to have a conversation in the context of, this seems easier, this seems more efficient. And if it's slightly different, then only designations that are bundled are tributaries in our connected rivers, maybe they would say, heck yeah, if we can do 3 designations with one, you know, one description, the ORVs don't even have to be the same. You know, you identify that. I would go for it. That's separate than what Armis is talking about, and that there's, when you go want to try to have the discussion, there's nobody there. Well, that's like a problem. So, and I'll just mention, like, RMS does not, our members are about 2/3 are state and federal employees. So we can't lobby the government for a designation. So we won't. We're part of the Wild Scenic River Coalition. But what we will do, and have begun to do a little bit, and hope to do more, is lobby, if you will, or advocate for appropriate staffing for the agency, because they have more and more work to do. So, no, stop there.
Thanks for that. And just for clarification, when I meant bundling, I meant we have 3 sites on the same river. And instead of having a section 7 process for each one of those, to bundle the sites under one.
On that, I would just say it sort of depends on what the project is. It might, you know, if they require vastly different kinds of, you know, analysis and resources to work on them.
Or in different classification areas and have different ORVs depending on the location. I could see that affecting it. Brian, go ahead.
Armis, I only wanted to real quickly respond to the last bit of your comments regarding that structure in the middle of the river. I'm assuming that you or somebody adjacent has, you know, shared that information with Eagle. And if you haven't, of course, do that, because nothing can happen until they're aware of it. But, you know, they would be the responsible agency for that. I would just say that the wheels of justice, if they are addressing it, the wheels of justice move very slowly on these things. It takes a lot of time to get things fixed because there's a process you have to go through. And so things can sit in a state of violation for a long time. And it can, I guess I'm just asking, don't let it discourage you from all the great efforts and work that you're doing when you see something that's inconsistent with that, or that is counter to the efforts that you're making, because the pace at which things get fixed is generally slow.
Andrew, go ahead. I saw your hand up earlier and I was going to come back to you. So go ahead. I think you just muted yourself. There we go. You know, we still can't hear you. You might want to try clicking the up arrow next to your mute button and see if you need to select a different microphone. Sometimes it defaults to not the correct one. All right, I saw your chat. We'll try later. I'm also around at the lunch break. If you want to troubleshoot, then we can do that. Or you can type it into the chat as well.
I guess I have a quick question just in regards to the delays in the assessment and approval of the section 7s that are being submitted. Are you saying that the delays are just due to like it's not getting to the top of someone's pile and it's just like waiting on someone's desk? Or do you feel like there's a lot of scrutiny of the project and the time and discussion it takes to kind of like pick it apart and make a judgment over the project is the primary source of the delay? Because I guess if it's the latter, I've heard some success in certain units doing like maybe having like a third party or like basically doing a workshop where you're like talking about what the most beneficial types of projects are for the environment you're in. I think there was like one on the Snake River headwaters where they had like the University of Oregon, or I can't remember who came and presented, but they did like a big presentation on like biomimicry and like, because a lot of projects that are proposed have to do with bank stabilization, they were bringing forth some of like the latest research in bank stabilization projects, like utilizing local vegetation. And it was just like an opportunity for everybody to do some learning. And since both the managing agency and the project proponents were in the room together, they were kind of having a chance to have a joint consensus on like, oh yeah, we think that what's being shared today is a project that has integrity, and we both agree on that. So if we had a project come across our desk that like looked like this and had some of the values we discussed and learned today, then the approval might be going more quickly. But I guess like what I had mentioned initially, do you feel like projects are just waiting in a pile and no one's looking at them? Or are you saying they're scrutinizing them?
Well, and so I was going to speak to this. So it's the former, right? Like it's a workload issue. So our section 7 evaluations are extra duties as assigned. And, you know, if you already have a heavy workload, it's just figuring out a way to weave that into your existing workload and the lack of staff. And I think that's what's been, you know, David was getting at and Nate's getting at. Like the idea of bundling the projects is something that, you know, we'd like to look into. But it's finding the time to work with somebody to do that, even when that time could be spent reviewing a section 7. So I think it's hard when we have a long, you know, a lot of projects in the pipe and we don't have the staff. So it creates just a logistical challenge. And Nate, you may have something else to add, but you know, a lot of it is just they're waiting on it. It's not that the project's controversial.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I feel like the field level or the chorus level folks are doing everything they can to get these done. But like I said before, it's an unsupported mandate that these processes happen. You shall do this, but I'm not going to give you any money or any staff to do it. So.
Yeah, and a little later this afternoon, we can talk a little bit more about the Wild and Scenic Rivers Coalition, and one of the things that coalition advocates for is appropriations in support of these kinds of things, and the challenge has been making sure that funding actually gets to the places that it's needed, just because federal budgets are often really Byzantine. But I appreciate the conversation because I think it's a real issue, and it's only growing given the number of watershed groups, the sophistication of watershed organizations that are doing restoration on protected rivers. And we have to make sure that you know what Armis said, like we share these the common goals. And if we're not careful, we're going to start just eroding the support unnecessarily so for these systems of protected rivers.
Yeah, and looking at a larger picture, Consumers Energy, went out this year for public comment on the future of their hydropower projects. And if any of those were to follow the route of decommissioning, there'd be a heavy workload associated with Section 7s for those projects as well. So those are some pretty big things that could happen. Who knows if they will, but I'm not sure if we lost Angie.
Did we lose Angie?
Yeah, I'm not seeing her, so I'm not sure. Because I think we're at
Oh, there
time.
she is.
Sorry, no, I had a technical assistance phone call come in. So, are we all ready for our break then? It seemed like that was some great discussion. I did want to just share, I think I just put it in the chat. If you're learning more, if you're interested in learning more about Section 7, we're going to go even deeper than we did today, talking about some of the ways that it's evaluated. That's going to be on April 19th. It's part of a series on wild and scenic rivers we're doing. And then also maybe of interest to you, on May 17th, we're going to be looking at some bank stabilization techniques specifically that have been developed for wild and scenic rivers that tend to fall within all the parameters that are required. So I encourage you, I put a link to a news article where you can find more information and go register for those sessions if you're interested. But we are at our time. We're going to take a 45-minute break here, and I'm going to keep this Zoom call going. I'm actually going to put up a fun little timer here since it's cold pretty much everywhere across the country. I thought we could all use a little bit of a tropical scene today. So I'm going to keep the Zoom call going. I'm just going to keep this timer going. You're welcome to just mute yourself and turn off your camera and step away. You can also leave the meeting and rejoin. You shouldn't go into a waiting room. You'll just come right back in. So thank you to everyone who's presented. Thanks everyone for all the great discussion, and have a great lunch.
Thanks, Angie.
And I'll be here in the background. If you need any help or if anyone wants to. Brian, since I think we're going to go to you first, I'm going to stop sharing and maybe we'll get you set up to share as people are trickling back in from lunch.
I'll share my screen, and then Kesre is actually going to lead us off, but I will, it's going to be my screen that you're going to be seeing.
Okay, great.
Having a lot of connectivity today, so I'm going to try to stay off camera. Please stay with you all. But yeah, I think Brian and I will be co-presenting this portion.
So the first half of what you said, Kesre, did not come through. That was garbled, and then at the end of you talking, it started to clear up.
Okay, let me. I'm going to try to start the meeting on my phone, and hopefully, using that as a microphone, that will work. I will be right back.
And what you just said came through crystal clear.
Okay. Maybe I'll just start this way. If I start to jumble up, please let me know, and I will switch over to my phone.
That sounds great.
Okay. And that sounded good too, right?
Yep.
Okay, excellent.
Cool. Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch. getting back into our afternoon part of this session. We're going to start off looking at the Michigan Natural Rivers program. And so I'm going to hand it to Brian and Kessere to introduce yourselves and get us started.
Well, my name is Brian Burry with the Michigan DNR, and I have been working in the Natural Rivers program since 2004. So I'm one of the, I guess, the old timers in it. We are part of Fisheries Division within the DNR, and I'm actually based out of the Odin State Fish Hatchery, which is up by Petoskey, Michigan, which would be about right there. And if you're not from Michigan and you're wondering what I'm doing, that's a map of Michigan, and I'm pointing to where I live. That's something that some of us do here. I'm going to start sharing my screen, and Kessere and I are going to co-present talking about the Natural Rivers program, and I think I'm going to turn it over to her right now.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. And again, I'm really hoping you all can hear me okay. I've been having some connectivity issues today, which is why I'm also off camera. But so like Brian, I am one of the state's Natural Rivers zoning administrator. There are 4 of us. Patrick Ertel and Dana Castle could not make it with us today, but they cover a subset of the 16 designated natural rivers throughout the state. I work out of Lansing, Michigan, and if Brian, you want to do your hand thing again, you can show non-Michigan folks where I work out of. That looks yeah, thank you.
Is that too high?
It looked too high. Yes, that looked better. So I work out of Lansing, Michigan, and I cover the White, Rogue, Lower Kalamazoo, Huron, and Flat rivers. And Brian, I don't know if you went through and covered or talked about which rivers you covered, but yeah, there's 16 rivers, and the 4 of us split those up. So can you move on to the next slide, please? Okay, so I'm going to start off with a little bit of an overview of what the Natural Rivers program is. And in order to talk about the program, we have to start off talking about the act itself, right? So the act itself was passed in 1970. And what this did was the passing of this act did not magically make designated rivers appear, right? It essentially authorized the Department of Natural Resources to establish a system of designated natural rivers. It essentially gives us a way to designate rivers in Michigan. And the goal of the program is to protect river systems with high natural resources values from unwise development. Now Brian's going to go over these what we call values here in just a second, but I want you all to see kind of where the river is scattered throughout Michigan. It seems like there's a lot of concentration on northern Michigan there. And again, that kind of has to do with the values that we look for when we designate natural rivers. Next slide. So to get at kind of the core of the program, and this is one of the distinctions with the Federal Wild and Scenic program, is that the Natural Rivers program actually protects the river through zoning rules. So the Natural Rivers District is the river channel in all lands within 400 feet of the river's edge. Now, I want to emphasize that this is not a non-development zone. We're always, seeking to strike that balance between resource protection and reasonable, development rights and private land rights. Instead, it is actually a zoning district. Sorry, Brian, can you another couple of bullets? It's actually a zoning district, or the area where Natural Rivers zoning standards apply. Now, if we move on to the next slide, you can see an example of our designation map. So these designations are set and they're on a map, they're written out in the zoning rules. These do not change. Once the limits of the designation have been set, they stay this way. And this is where we enforce the Natural River zoning rules. And what I was saying before with that zoning district, it's essentially wherever there's blue, 400 feet on either side of the river or the tributary is where those rules apply. And this is the Pere Marquette. Next slide. So I said before that, these rivers were designated because of certain values. So Brian's going to get a little bit more into the goals and objectives of the program.
So Kesare had up a slide that showed the 16 designated rivers, and you saw there's a bias to the northwestern part of the Lower Peninsula of Michigan, and the northern Lower Peninsula. And there's a couple of reasons for that, but one of them is there's just good fishing. There's good trout fishing. And that is one of the main drivers of the program. A lot of people, at least in this state, when they think about the Natural Rivers program, they think about good fishing. They think about maintaining that fishing and keeping it as prized locations. We do overlap some with we overlap quite a bit with designated trout waters, with designated blue ribbon trout streams, two other classifications that exist outside of Natural Rivers designation. And we are part of Fisheries Division within DNR. That wasn't always the case, actually, at this program's inception. It was considered a forest lands program. But over time, it morphed into what it is now, with this heavy emphasis on fisheries. But here's the catch. This is from the enabling statute, part 305 of the Natural Resources Environmental Protection Act. The department, in the interest of people of the state and future generations, may designate a river or portion of a river as a natural river area for the purpose of preserving and enhancing. There's going to be 11 values and uses listed here: water conservation, free-flowing condition, fish, wildlife, boating, scenic, aesthetic, floodplain, ecologic, historic, and recreational values and uses. So that we see that it's not just about fish, and even though that's sometimes the perception, and it's certainly very important to us, but it's not just about that. A river qualifying for designation as a natural river shall possess one or more of the natural or outstanding existing values that I just cited, and shall be permanently managed for the preservation or enhancement of such values. And so you can, of course, see that this is similar to the presentation earlier, in that, those outstanding remarkable values that the federal program uses. We have our own list of prioritized values. We do not call them ORVs. To us, that's something that drives off the road through the forest. So we make it complicated by using different acronyms, but nonetheless, the value list is they're not identical, but there's a lot of overlap, and you can see the similarity in goals. So like diving into some of those, the wildlife value, for instance, sometimes gets underappreciated, but one of the things that we try to do is to protect an intact riparian corridor, and not only for truly aquatic species, but riparian dependent species, or species that are dependent on riparian environments for part of their life cycle. So, or part of their activities, so that we have that vegetation buffer intact, and we're setting homes back. And it's not just the river that's intact, but some of the adjacent natural conditions are intact to allow these species to thrive. So wildlife being one of the values. And of course, scenic values. This is an easy one for people to appreciate, and it's an easy sell. When you have a scenic overlook, there's not many people that don't enjoy that vantage point. And the scenery of the river is we don't have that many high points in Michigan, but when you look out over a vista, or you get a clear upstream or downstream view, people really appreciate that. And even the lesser views that we can still call scenic are highly prized. What's a little less tangible is the aesthetic value, and yet it is so important to the work that we do. The term aesthetics comes up over and over within our language. It's harder to put your finger on it, but we are creating an environment that people want to be in, right? So we're protecting the aesthetics. We're protecting the aesthetics of the natural environment, And then we are also affecting the aesthetic characteristics of things that get built in this environment. And so when you put that together, that's one of our primary charges for management, is to protect that aesthetic value. And so it's a little more subjective as to what that is, but we can define it in a way that we can at least have some common ground. And so, here we're looking at a series of step downs on a boardwalk that leads to a dock at the river's edge. And this is on a private piece of property, somebody exercising their riparian right to access the water. And of course, the snow is helping this really blend in right now, but this is subtle development, in our opinion, at least in the context of private land holdings on a designated river. And so when we take the aesthetics and we kind of expound that out to the idea that we are managing for an experience, right? So we're not just talking about a place that has good fishing. We're talking about a place that has an outstanding fishing experience, where hopefully the sights and the sounds and the smells and the touch and everything that goes in to the concept of natural rivers kind of culminates in people having a really positive, connected experience in these places. Because ultimately, the statutes refers to managing and preserving these values for present and future generations, right? So the user is important, and we hopefully create that semi-wilderness feel that people really touches people. And ultimately what happens is they care about these places. And when they care about these places, they want them to be protected, and they support regulations of this nature. And so, that cycle that we're trying to create is sort of paramount. So it feeds the local support of our program, the support of the waterfront residents, the support of the visiting users from out of town, and at all levels of government. We generally get, it's not perfect, we generally get pretty widespread support, which is unique among environmental regulatory programs that are generally supported by people with strong environmental ethics, but not always by the general populace. And we are, I would say at least, one of the exceptions to that. So when we talk about that concept of taking those 11 values and putting them together and kind of synergistically creating something that people care about, right? So this is a tattoo somebody got. I saw it on Facebook. It's just, this is the Pine River, Dobson to Low Bridge, if you're familiar with that, with the Tom Petty quote there. But not everybody needs it tattooed on themselves, but this, I think, is a good representation of what we're after, at least what we should be trying to achieve. Now, recreation and boating are both recognized values. The 2 of the 11 values, boating is one, recreation is another. And obviously boating is a type of recreation. And I think it's worth mentioning that the question comes up as to, well, this is how I want to recreate. Is that okay? Or why, if it's not, why is it not? Right? So why is canoeing and kayaking okay? Why isn't, in some places, use of larger motors not okay? Why is or off-road vehicles in, other than at designated crossings, why running those through the protected vegetation buffer, why is that not okay if recreation is recognized value? So it comes to the concept of finding recreation or any value can't be prioritized over the others at their detriment, right? So they have to all be compatible. So if your recreation is compatible with the other 10 values and uses, then it's probably a legitimate recreational activity within the natural rivers corridor. And so that's part of our decision-making process, deciding what to include and what to exclude and what to limit. So certain, like a lot of motorized vehicle use, not only ORVs or off-road vehicles, but motorized access does get some limitations placed on it. Equestrian use is allowed to an extent, but it does get limitations placed on it. We don't have the legal authority to limit user capacity for canoes and kayaks private canoes and kayaks like the federal government does, like they do on the Pere Marquette. But we do have limits, for instance, on commercial watercraft on the river. And so we do try to protect the recreational experience in that way. Now, designation of a natural river is intended to help protect, preserve, and enhance these natural values, but still allowing for the reasonable use and development of public and private land. So this doesn't exist in a vacuum. We are protecting these 11 values and managing for them within a landscape dotted with all kinds of different types of development, right? So we run that designation across the watershed. We don't look at what's public, what's private. I mean, we certainly do when we're doing the study, but the designation rolls through it all, right? So we've got to manage all those uses. And so these river systems aren't, this isn't the 7-day raft trip out west where you're not going to see anybody for days on end, or at least not development. You're going to see lots of it, and it's scattered throughout these. It's interwoven within the fabric of a natural river is residential development, and it's a use that we allow on private land. It's one of the principal uses that we allow. New homes are going to be a little farther away, and we'll talk about that. But all these old homes, the grandfathered structure, as people like to say, they're close, and they're going to be there. And so that's something that we need to accommodate, and we've got a system, a set of rules that gives us the framework to deal with these situations and manage them in a controlled manner. And so we're still talking about goals and objectives here. And so I think the 11 values and uses it's a sort of the essential, kind of the quintessential framework for talking about natural rivers. But when you throw in these other potential conflicts with that, right? So it's not that we can all just go and admire the scenery and protect the aesthetics. We've got all these other things going on in private land and public land development too, public resource extraction. So we look at, for instance, our management plans. We have a management plan for each of the 16 rivers. This goal is a generic goal to preserve, protect, and enhance, of course. But then we talk about objectives, right? So we get into 4 objectives here that start defining the problem in a different way, or not the problem, but the objectives and the challenges in a different way, in a way that has a little more consideration of what's actually on the landscape. So to maintain water quality consistent with the designated classification of the river, and obviously non-degradation of water quality. So we can apply those 11 values, or at least most of them, to the protection of water quality, right? They're all going to contribute in some way to water quality, some more directly than others. But one of the objectives when you combine those values is obviously water quality, and water quality and free flowing condition being sort of the most basic tenets of river protection. 2, though, to prohibit development or activity which may damage the ecologic, aesthetic, or historic values of the river and adjacent lands. Adjacent lands always important to natural rivers because we don't just manage the river, we're managing a corridor, as Kesre said. It's 400 feet on each side, each edge of the river. And so we're protecting that whole corridor with the idea that we can protect the river as a result of that. So, and again, aesthetic values comes up. Ecologic values is, that's a pretty broad term coming up as well. So we're going to prohibit certain developments. They're just not going to happen. But number 3, to ensure that any development which may occur shall be done in an orderly manner. Apparently we like order, consistent with the natural environment and aesthetic qualities of the stream. So we're going to prohibit some things, we're going to allow certain things. And when we do allow them, it's going to be in a controlled manner. And so that's where our zoning rules will come in, and our other rule set that we'll talk about that provides structure to the decision-making and provides more details on what can and can't be done within these corridors. And finally, objective 4, to ensure that recreational uses which occur be done in an orderly manner consistent with the natural environment and aesthetic qualities, and that a quality recreation experience is maintained, right? So we talked about that we don't have direct controls on the number of private users on the river, but outside of that, we make a great effort to maintain that recreational experience. And for me as a natural resource manager, I love that. I love that I work in a program that values experience. There are other avenues in resource management that are more hard science than this. But I actually think that's a great thing. And it's a very unique thing to, it's not just our program, but it's a good handful of programs amongst, a much larger suite of environmental protection programs. And so it's a cool thing to talk to people about. And it's a thing that is very relatable for people. So something that we take pride in. So these are some of the things we see on the landscape. All the different things that we can come across in land use, right? Because essentially what we're talking about is the land use adjacent to these systems, as well as, the activity in the stream itself. And I'm not going to read through these, but, the first one, residential housing, that's bread and butter, right? That is everywhere on these systems. That's something we deal with every day. And it's something that is allowed, that it's not free reign to do whatever you want with the house, but the use, not the size per se, but the use as a single family residential is an allowed use. And so we look at all these different things that can happen. You got your septic systems and signs, controlling sediment, mineral extraction, and there's some agriculture, of course, recreation, and then you got your public access sites. And then we get to the bottom, and we've got land alteration and stream alteration. Now, for some people, that's going to be just detrimental activities, right? They're gonna propose things that are not in the public interest, not in the public trust. They're not trying to improve the natural resource. They are just looking to alter land or stream to their benefit, whatever that may be, facilitating the architectural design of their house, improving their view, channelizing the stream, protecting their bank at all costs, capturing the stream from their neighbor. We've seen it all. But those are the same two land uses when you put together in a different way that compromise the field of river restoration. And so that's part of what we regulate, our restoration activities. And we wanted to focus in on that, being that it's one of the principal topics of today's workshop. And so we wanted to have a conversation about restoration. It's a bit semantical, right? We don't necessarily need, as a group today, to agree on a definition of river restoration. Nor is it essential, I think, to the permitting process, in the sense that whether something is river restoration or not, or that we come to a consensus that it is, doesn't mean that it can or can't be permitted, right? These are two different concepts. But I still think it's a useful discussion to have, and I'm going to call it a discussion because we're going to talk about it, but there's going to be lots of times for Q&A, and we can come back to this and hone in on it, because I think it's good for framing the permit process, and that's why we bring it up. So if we just take a textbook, not a textbook, a dictionary definition of restoration, not river restoration, just restoration. Return something to a former owner, place, or condition, right? But this is what a lot of non-practitioners would call restoration. Here's a project I had on a small trip to the Manistee. This is an old trout pond, and you can see the pond in the foreground, and you can see the channel. This is actually the exit of the channel back to the stream. And I think that was the inlet, if I remember correctly. But it's inline, so hydrologically connected to the stream. At one point, it was deeper and had trout in it. And over time, as you know, these ponds do, they fill in with sediment. They fill in with finer sediment, since they're low flow environments, becomes mucky, and the frogs love it more than the trout. And you essentially have a frog pond. That's great if that's what you want. These people did not want that. They wanted to restore it. So they submitted a variance application to restore. They were doing restoration. Now, in the decision-making process, we'll talk about where this went later as far as the permit process, but this went to a zoning review board for decision. And their determination was this wasn't restoration. It didn't need to be restored. There's a lot of course, damage or detriment to having inline ponds, especially ones that are stocked, right? I mean, you're potentially introducing other species into the system. You're warming the water. There's a host of issues. They were allowed to relax those banks above the ordinary high there, sort of a compromise to give them something they wanted more aesthetically, and leave the pond, of course, because zoning is not retroactive. So we cannot come in here and tell these people to fill this in. And if it's not significantly warming the water, maybe it doesn't need to be filled in. But that was not determined to be restoration. So moving beyond that kind of dictionary definition, this is from Wall 2005. River restoration is another form of indirect and direct river engineering undertaken to improve hydrologic, geomorphic, and or ecological processes. So this is a little better. This project will look familiar to a few of you. This is a bank stabilization project, right? At least that's what it started as, right? This is a homeowner who looked at their bank, which was here, had erosion issues. I didn't capture it really well with that photograph, but they have, a nice house, that pool, and an investment at the top of this bank. And so, this is a project a practitioner worked on to stabilize this bank, right? So the question is it restoration? Now, whether it is or not doesn't determine the value or necessity of the project, right? Or the opportunity to do something in a way that promotes fish habitat or promotes natural processes, right? But as far as restoration, probably not, right? Because the project is driven by the fact that the infrastructure exists at the top of the bluff. If the infrastructure wasn't there, this probably would not, and I'm just saying probably would not have been elevated to the level of needing treatment. So there's not really a restoration occurring. Now, again, that doesn't devalue the fact that this project that you can come in and do this in a way that provides benefit to the river system and still accomplishes that landowner's goals. And that's a great thing. And so I'm not picking on this one. I'm using it as an example for discussion. And Kesri, I think this is where we're moving towards better defining restoration just for the purposes of this conversation. And I think this is where you were going to come in, right?
Yes, thank you, Brian. So, moving away from like the literal, just general restoration definition that Brian brought up, and then the WOOL definition he just discussed, I think the WOOL definition kind of starts to bring in some elements of restoration that we're looking for, such as, I think it was talking about restoring hydrologic, geomorphic, and or ecological processes, right? So that processes is the key there. And we kind of took those definitions and added an element that we kind of really look for when we think of something. The Natural Rivers Program thinks of restoration is that it's the reestablishment of stream function, right? Of natural physical processes, sediment and wood movement, geomorphology such as the channel shape and pattern, and also the physical habitats that can include submerged habitat, floodplains, riparian vegetation, in a manner that creates, and the key word here is self-sustaining conditions. And some of you who work in river restoration may also define this as, dynamic equilibrium or something like that. So the self-sustaining conditions is kind of what we look for here. And if we move on to the next slide, Brian. We're just going to go over some of the examples of projects that we have seen, kind of bring back that self-sustaining definition to rivers. As you all remember, one of the 11 values is free flowing. So we're going to start off with barrier removal. And I see quite a number. Next slide. I think folks from CRA, Conservation Resource Alliance, today, and they want to.
Kesare, you are a little
Yes.
distorted on my end. You were doing really good until it was like,
Okay.
and we got some partners, but maybe try restarting and restate the last couple sentences.
Okay. And stop me if I continue to be green, and I would be happy to switch my phone. How did that sound?
It was minorly jarbled. It was just a little bit. Maybe try one more time. I actually think she got booted from. Oh, here we go. No, there we.
She may have switched just to her phone.
I think she's gonna switch to her phone here.
Am I back and am I clear?
You are.
Okay. Okay, great. So this might be a really good place for, if they would like, I did see some of our CRA partners on the call to talk about the Boardman Dam removals as an example of, barrier removal on natural rivers. I think, Angela brought up, the consumer's energy, review of their hydro portfolio. So that would be, this is probably, besides the Boardman River dam removals, if they were to move forward with decommissioning any of those dams on the Asable or elsewhere, that would be kind of the next biggest task for us here. So would anybody from CRA like to just give a quick overview of the Boardman River dam removals? We just put together 4 slides here that shows, the Brown Bridge, Boardman, Sabin, and Sabin dams, just like before and afters, to get a general overview of the projects.
Did you want to take that on, Nate?
I was just gonna ask you if you wanted to. Either way.
You can tackle it first and I'll fill in any gaps if you.
Okay. So the Boardman River Dam removal project started ostensibly as a liability and risk reduction effort for the owners of these dams that are on the main stem of the Boardman. There's about 18 miles of main stem river. And I'll go down the line. The Brown Bridge Dam was the farthest most upstream structure that, yep, there we go. And that was put online in 1922. And a very circuitous path of ownership ensued, and the city of Traverse City wound up owning it. They own about 1,300 acres around this site, and it's set aside for recreation as the Brown Bridge Quiet Area. And so we kind of took a top from the worst to least harmful approach. This impoundment was about 200 acres, and it would get extremely warm in the summer, and there was no bottom draw. As you can see on the left, that the powerhouse is sitting over the top of essentially the water control structure. So all the hot top water was coming out of the pond and going into what should be a very cold river. And so that was the first project we selected for removal. And you can see on the right, the bottomlands, you see October 2019. Yeah, that picture could very well have been taken the following growing season. It just blew up with vegetation because the bottomlands were very flat and had accumulated quite an amount of organic sediment and a really solid stream seed bank for volunteer veg to come out. And then working downstream, let's see, the Boardman Dam. Yep, this one is closer to Traverse City and through the same circuitous path. This became owned by the county of Grand Traverse County. And this was the middle dam in a series of three. There was one upstream called the Keystone Dam, which blew out in 1961. And amazingly, this Boardman Dam and the Sabin Dam were able to survive that, unfortunately. So on the right side, you can see the bottomlands are very steep. This was a smaller surface area impoundment, but it's in a steep valley, and so it was much deeper and less the river had more capacity to move the cold water. This impoundment had less retention time, and so the water coming out of this was somewhat colder. The original Boardman Dam was built in 1896. Is that right, Kim?
The original Boardman was actually 1894, and then it was rebuilt in 1930.
Yeah.
And
then
I'll chime in to add, for Brown Bridge, we restored about 2.9 miles of river. And then at this site, there's about 1.8 miles of river.
Mhm. This one we had to more actively replant the bottomlands because, as I said before, the valley walls were sloped a little bit more extreme, and the organic material didn't hang on quite as well during the dewatering process. And historically, just downstream of Boardman Dam is Sabin, and Boardman was up here. It would discharge directly into the backwaters of Sabin. And so Sabin was built. There were a couple iterations of that one, and it had failed in the 30s, if I remember right.
Yeah, Sabin went through three builds, 1906, 1914, and 1930. And it was relocated during one of those times as well.
Yeah.
And we did about 0.8 miles of river through this former impoundment.
Yeah, so those are the three that we removed, and then the farthest downstream, which is Union Street Dam, right in Traverse City, has its own separate project in it. The consensus was to leave it in place and modify it for bidirectional native and valuable sport fish passage. And as some of you might know, it's currently at the feet of the Michigan Supreme Court because of some how do I put it?
Challenge on the jurisdiction of the city to alter Union Street Dam for scientific purposes.
Yeah. Yeah, and so as far as it being a natural river, we work pretty closely with Patrick Ertel on restoration, post dam removal project. There was a big effort to by the project team to enhance in-stream habitat for fish and wildlife in the form of log jams, installed log jams. And I'd encourage anybody interested to see a really great dam removal project and the results. If you're in town, you can see it all in like 4 hours. So, or float it, which would even be better. So.
Yeah, most of that channel pattern that you're looking at, most of it is the relic channel. So our design team did a good job of surveying and exploring the site conditions to find that relic channel. Evidence of that was when we would find tree stumps growing at an angle. So that was proof that we were indeed in the original stream bed channel. A lot of those outside bends, I know you can't see it too well from 800 feet up, but a lot of those outside bends, like Nate said, have log jams built into them. Because the challenge is with these dam removals, we can get the geometry right, but we still have no root structure, right? We don't instantly have those different age class trees and shrubs that hold that stream bank material together so that it can withstand, the current along with high water events. And then our channel dimensions on average, the stream width was around 45 feet. And then there's a 30-foot wide floodplain on one or, including both sides of the river as well to contribute to that stability. So those were some of the key points that were used in the design phase to make sure we had a river channel that was returned and would stay put.
Yeah, and going back to Brown Bridge, okay.
Cassie's jumping out again.
Going back to Brown Bridge, a point to bring up in discussions of these types of projects is the river has two primary jobs, one to move water and one to move sediment, the other to move sediment. And over the course of the life of these hydro facilities, sediment had been accumulating in the backwaters. And up at Brown Bridge, we did depth of refusal surveys across the valley at the inlet, and the channel was under 12 to 13 feet of sediment. And so it's important to recognize the fact that rivers move a lot of sediment, and we don't necessarily want to lock every eroding bank in place and not allow sediment to move, because that's what helps maintain the stable geometry of a naturally functioning river. The problem is in Michigan, we have a legacy of logging, land clearing, via logging and other activities where our sandy soils are very prominent in these channels, and the rivers only have so much capacity to move that sediment, and the majority of it's on the bed, but the river still needs to grab sediment higher up in the water column, because it's kind of a disconnect between what the river carries at the top and what it's pushing at the bottom, and you really need that sediment from the top to help maintain the geometry.
Yeah, and one more note on the sediment aspect. Each of these impoundments, so Brown Bridge was full of over 1 million cubic yards of sediment. Sabin, the one that we're looking at right now, was over 300,000 cubic yards of sediment. All of that sediment stayed on site. So, you know, there were designated spoil piles within each project area that, you know, as the impoundments were drawn down, areas dried out, the heavy equipment could get in and start, you know, uncovering that channel. Then they would take that sediment, whether it was sand and or muck, and take it to designated spoil areas, and then eventually it was smoothed out. So you could say that we reestablished a river channel, but then we also kind of recreated the, you know, the upland area, and it's a little different now. It's got more sediment in it. You know, that was from the impoundment. And why was that sediment left on site? Because it would have been hugely expensive to haul it away. And this project was, you know, had a hefty price tag to begin with. So the good thing is that, you know, the muck that was, you know, left in those impoundments proved to be rich. And so you can see in this Sabin slide as well, things greened up pretty quickly because we had that richer soil to top dress our spoil areas and, you know, the adjacent upland.
And
So sediment management is huge. It's one of the biggest deals with dam removal. And so looking at these consumers dams and wondering what the future of those sites will be, you know, and those sizable impoundments, sediment management is right at the top of the to-do list with dam removal projects.
yeah, and the price tag on this project was right around $26 million.
For all 3 dams, and that included the permitting, 25 million for all 3.
Mhm.
And then I saw a question real quick on the fish pass structure about who is challenging that structure, and it's a resident of Traverse City who's challenging the justification of building the fish pass structure in place of Union Street Dam.
Primarily because it's located at a public park, and the landowner was challenging it as a disposition of public land for a different purpose.
And hopefully you won't hear me, you know.
Desiree, you're
I know I kind of you get on the spot.
You are still pretty jarbled there, Desiree.
Okay. It's okay. I think this next little bit should be Brian's section. So if Brian, you want to take over.
Do you want to call in while I talk?
I think that's what I was kind of gathering.
Okay. Well, thank you for that synopsis, Nate and Kim. Not easy to summarize multiple years of work in 10-15 minutes. That was such a major undertaking, and there were years of consensus building efforts before the first machine showed up to do any work at that site, let alone the design phase, but just in building community consensus on that project. So much effort went into that. And moving on with these types of restoration projects, of course, this one, we classified it as barrier removal because that was the principal activity that took place. But of course, there was channel restoration as well, right? These two things often go hand in hand in those Boardman dam removals. While some of the channel was found, kept in its historical channel, there was restoration work that occurred. Here's another example of, this is also a CRA project, not of the scale of Boardman dam removal, but still of a good size scale. This is the flowing well area, the north branch of the Manistee, where CRA spearheaded an effort to both restore the channel and remove barriers. And I know we could defer to you as well for a synopsis on this one, and you could explain it much better than I could. as the person who just did a permit years ago on it. But I bring it up just to show that this was pre-work. I think this photo is actually from about 2005, before any work was done. This is a series of old fisheries raceways here for fish production, and there was water diversion into the raceways and then back to the channel through a number of these side channels, as well as barriers and impoundments. And so this is post construction. You can see that the raceways are filled. Some of the adjunct channels that have been created have been disconnected. Some of that impoundment is no longer there. So the North Branch itself is flowing freely through this. And I know that there's a lot of details here that you could talk about, but I guess for the sake of brevity, I'll leave it at that unless you think there's something you really want to chime in on this one. But
yeah, Chris Pierce in our office was the manager on this one. And he's I think he's on.
All right. Kesri, are you back on the call? Okay, well, I'll just keep moving forward. I think there's some examples in here that she placed in here, and I'll just do my best until she gets back. So road stream crossings are another one where we have the opportunity. Again, these are overlapping concepts. This, you could also call this barrier removal too, but impediments to aquatic passage, as well as sediment and wood transport. A lot of things going on here. So anytime there's perched culverts, any type of barrier, you've got the physical barrier to fish passage, you've got acceleration of flow that could be a barrier. Obviously, that's going to both scour and introduce sediment, but also impound it probably on the upside. It's going to limit what kind of wood and larger material can move through. And of course, the recreational impacts of this and just to the stream, pattern and shape. So definitely restoration when you can take these out and put in something that allows the natural characteristics of the stream to return. And so that the perch culverts, I was trying to remember where that was. It was on a trip to the Manistee, but this is Meekum Road on the Manistee. And I didn't have a good before photo to do before and after, but here's the channel, a bridge that spans the Bankfold Channel and allows all those things that were impediments in the previous slide to more or less now occur. I think there's one pier there that's in the water, but anything like that. And I think these next slides, this is Broomhead Road on the Boardman. And Kesri was going to talk about this example, so I apologize for not being really familiar with it. But we've got some good examples of what it looks like pre and post construction, and channel restoration, barrier removal, restoring those processes that we're looking for. And so, oh, I should go back one.
Brian, can you hear me?
Yep.
Right now?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for going over those. Only
you just started. Oh, it's like right whenever I start interrupting you, you seem to do all right. Maybe give it one more shot.
Okay. How about now?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Brian, for opening up this example specifically, but I just wanted to say in general with road stream crossings, what we look for is that clear span. Again, that kind of, touches upon that free flowing value that we discussed earlier, and here too, what Brian was saying about aesthetic. When it comes to, bridge projects, we also see whether the bridge that's being replaced or the culvert that's being put in will fit in with the natural character of the surroundings. We didn't really touch upon kind of the different categories of natural rivers, but I think there's wilderness, country scenic, And I'm always missing the one in the middle. Brian, which one is that one?
So we like to confuse everyone. So we took the name of the federal program and then used it at Wild Scenic as our middle designation, our middle classification for designation.
Right,
So
and then it's wilderness, right?
Wild Scenic, Country Scenic.
Right. So that each, for example, the Huron River and the Flat River, they're considered country scenic. I think, and I apologize, I am blanking on which river this is on, but I believe this river is considered a wild scenic, if I'm not mistaken.
On the Boardman.
On the Boardman, right? So just kind of an example of where that scenic or scenic and aesthetic comes into play here. But that's it. That's all I had for crossing.
Angie, how much time do we have?
We got about another 15 or so minutes, and then we've got about 15 minutes after that for a Q&A. So until 2.
Okay, so we'll move forward here. So just I want to talk briefly about habitat modification and what some people call restoration, but like when is it? When is modifying the in-stream habitat considered restoration? So again, we're not here to pick on anybody or say like certain projects are anybody's fault, because I've made lots of mistakes and we're all, I think, learning. And if we can collectively move this conversation forward, I think that's the best way that we can approach this. But tying some timbers and this, now we're moving over to the Huron side here, but as far as where these watersheds go, we're tying some timbers to a chain, mill timber, not something that really jives with natural river values. In structures that, if the water was higher, this might be okay, but it's not. It doesn't have the ability to fluctuate with water level, and when the water's down, it really stands out like a sore thumb. It looks like kind of like a bench. Maybe a turtle would bask on it, but it still really stands out. It doesn't blend in, and it doesn't meet our standards for aesthetics, which in turn doesn't meet our standard for protecting a recreational experience on these rivers. And so we don't want to see these really things like this ever again. Larger projects, one of the risks you have with them when they're all tied together is that when they come free, you get this big mass of, what looks like fairly weathered river logs, but they're all bolted together. They're all spiked together and moving downstream as one large unit. So anytime we introduce something artificial, we have a certain amount of trade-offs to consider. And it doesn't mean that we can't move this work forward, but there are conversations to be had about it. So when we approach a bluff that needs work, we can approach it through the restoration lens and think about restoring this in a way that is self-sustaining and maintains those processes that we're talking about. Maybe we can get more of a buffer at the top, maybe better vegetation on the bank, let it get a foothold, something at the bottom that reduces erosion but doesn't necessarily channelize this, or that can adapt with time. Or, contrary to that, if you approach this with a very hard armoring mindset and try to lock this channel in, then, if the circumstances warranted it in certain cases where there's vital infrastructure at the top, maybe that's necessary. But in most cases, it's probably not going to be. And our last example of restoration is talking about the vegetation buffer. It's probably one of the most simplest, but yet productive ways to improve, the qualities of the river system, enhance natural river values, and just bring functionality back to some of these systems, or at least protect that functionality. This was a site on the Manistee where somebody had an eroding bank, so they hired a landscape company. They came in and did some mulch and boulder terracing. And then I came out and said, well, you can't do that within, in this case, 75 feet of the river. So this one was kind of a battle. They came out and put these, see those 3 little plants there in front of the red chairs? They put those out when I said you had to turn it back to more natural vegetation. I said that wouldn't fly. So then they came out and they put this row of shrubs and like grasses right there, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, nicely placed there. But this isn't necessarily what we want to see. Now, these are steps in the right direction. Don't get me wrong. Something is better than nothing when it comes to plants, but we ended up having this further modified to reach a compromise solution. And we did end up leaving the rock, but this was brought back to a more natural condition over time. Here's something more that we'd like to see, more ideal, right? This was mowed on the right side of this channel at one point, and it was left to be restored. And you know, you can see whatever that is, swamp milkweed or whatever coming in, and some large, you know, some shrubs coming in and tall grasses. And this is more ideal and what we'd like to see, because this brings back, starting to bring back the full benefits of having a vegetation buffer. They're not impeded anymore. So when you come up to a site like this, where you've got a floodplain area that's completely manicured, you know, what are the opportunities to do restoration here? We don't necessarily have to get the whole thing back. We can look for intermediate solutions that bring some benefits of the buffer back without necessarily trying to twist this person's arm to lose their view or lose all the lawn that they want. So maybe there's middle ground, you know, where there's tall grasses, or there's some intrusion, you know, with structure like this set of steps coming down, or some minor placement of rock, whatever those are. That's just something that we could probably live with, especially on these systems where we talked about they are a matrix of natural lands or state land kept in a natural condition, at least along the riverfront, where we don't necessarily allow logging or mining or any of those activities. But you've got thousands of private land properties, parcels interspersed with homes on them. So knowing that, I think we're running a little bit behind. Kesare, how's your connection? And you want to talk about roles and responsibilities?
How about you tell me how my connection is, and then perhaps we can switch off if needed.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Okay. So I know we have just a little bit of time left. So we went over the overview of the program, the goals and responsibilities. That's where we talked about the 11 values and uses. And then we had a little bit of a discussion on restoration. So now we're going to talk a little bit more about the roles, our role, your role, as well as responsibilities in the permitting process. Brian, next slide, please. So we do several different types of projects. So there are private land and private interest projects. These can be state administered or locally administered. And what we mean by locally administered is that, you know, at the time or around the time of the designation, some townships went ahead and incorporated these zoning standards into their local ordinance. So they administer the program at the local level. We serve as kind of like, sometimes we'll consult on a specific application, but otherwise we're pretty hands-off besides just, you know, reviewing their annual reports. We also do public lands and public interest projects. So these are going to be your road stream crossings, your, you know, transmission lines, etc. And then finally, the last category is just any activity on state land. We view those a little bit differently. For example, the riparian buffer, protected vegetation buffer is typically a lot more on state land. So we hold some activities on state land to a higher standard. Next slide. So here's a couple things that we take a look at primarily on private land. And I should have mentioned with going over those other 3 types of permit categories that we primarily work with private lands with this program. It's a zoning program. So here's a couple of things that we look at when we review private land applications. Is that natural vegetation buffer. Brian talked a little bit about that already. We, prohibit building in wetland. We, going back to the natural vegetation buffer, we do allow the homeowner to have a filtered view to the river. So they're able to selectively remove trees within the vegetation buffer to facilitate that view to the river, because they purchased this property on the river to enjoy the river, of course. And a couple of other, there are building setbacks. So new houses specifically must be built back past the building setback unless there is some sort of practical difficulty. And we also have some additional setbacks related to septic systems and drain fields as well. So next slide. So this is kind of the general process, the permit process. So the applicant, whether that be the homeowner, contractor, consultant, practitioners like yourselves, will apply to the program, or they will consult with us ahead of time prior to the application. The state zoning administrator, that's me, Brian, Patrick Gertel, Dana Castle, will review the application and visit the site. And then finally, we will determine what category the project falls in. And these categories again include, either whether it be public project, private land projects. If it's a private land project, whether it's zoning, minor variance, major variance, and sometimes special use. So with private land zonings, some of the exempt uses that we do not, that are exempt from permitting are non-commercial recreation, such as dispersed camping, agricultural, forest management. We have a special use category. These are very few and far in between, such as campgrounds. There's a very high bar to get a special use permit from the Natural Rivers Program. But kind of the bread and butter of the program here are these principal uses, which is going to be your single family dwellings, accessory buildings, and docks, staircases, boardwalks, things to facilitate getting into the river. Next slide. So here's an example of a conforming home. Of course, you can't really see how far it is away from the river, but it is past the building setback for that specific river. It's also, if you note, it's muted tones. It kind of blends in to the surroundings as well. Next slide. And here's an example of a legal non-conforming home. It's built way too close to the river. There's barely, bank stabilization there. Next slide. And here's another view of that legal non-conforming home. Again, if this were a vacant lot and a new home was being built on this lot, it would have to go way past, not way past, but at least at the building setback. Next slide. So we just talked about really quickly went over the private land rules. And then number 2, I touched briefly upon local zoning ordinances, which is, again, when local townships incorporate natural river zoning rules into their ordinance and administer it at the local level. But now we're going to go over rules, really quickly go over the rules for these utilities and publicly provided facilities as well. Next slide. Oh, I think these slides may be a little bit out of order. I'm sorry. So going back to, hold on one second. Private land zoning. I mentioned earlier that when we get a permit for activities on private lands, we will determine whether it can be, if it can be categorized under a zoning permit, and these are conforming properties, those that meet the building setbacks and the other rules. Sometimes they will have to be a variance. So any variance from the zoning rules, we will either have to consider it as a minor variance or a major variance. Next slide. Oh, Brian, I think I'm out of step with you a little bit.
Okay.
I was looking, sorry.
Yeah, you've got a series of details on private land zoning, bank stabilization, bridges.
Yeah, right. So we were just talking about how, this is again the local zoning when the local government administers the Natural Rivers Program on private lands at the local level. And we continue retaining authority on utility and public land projects. Next slide. A couple of examples of these types of projects on private lands. Brian went over some of these, or I guess the both of us went over some of these earlier with the examples are bank stabilization. So there are a couple of standards related to bank stabilization here that, prefers bioengineering methods that utilizes a combination of native plantings or something biodegradable as opposed to, riprap or seawalls. Next slide. Again, another bridges can also fall into the private land category if it is, for example, a property is split up by the river and the only way to get to the other side of the property is through a bridge. And yeah, these are just some of the bridge language in the rules.
Yeah, I think the most important point just of all these standards, we don't need to dwell on them, is just that basically they're all seeking a clear span structure. They're all looking to maintain channel processes by spanning the channel.
Thank you, Brian. And also sometimes dams. And the major point we wanted to make with dams on private lands is that if a dam is destroyed by any means, or at least I should say more than 50% of its replacement costs, it's going to be a really high bar to reconstruct that dam. I think, let me see here. I think to reconstruct the dam, you would have to get a land use variance, which is one we haven't really touched upon because it quite frankly doesn't happen very often. But the bar for a land use variance to reconstruct a dam that has been destroyed by more than 50% of its replacement costs is very high. So here is the quick process for utility projects. You'll get we as the state zoning administrator will receive an application. Our clock kind of ticks after we receive what we consider to be a complete application. It will go out for public notice for about 3 to 4 weeks. It will be then sent to zoning. If it ends up being a major variance, it will get sent to the zoning review board and interested parties. Depending on what comments we get back from public comments, there may be some time in between the zoning review board meeting and the decision to make some tweaks to the project. The decision will then be made by the zoning administrator for the river here.
In Kesri, I just want to emphasize for everyone that, don't be thrown by this term utility. That's a rule term, but this distinction between public or private and public/utility projects, that utility category includes any project on state, federal land, township or county land, any government land. It includes government projects that might intersect, with private land, as well as actual utilities, oil and gas development, anything done in the public interest, even if that project touches on private land. If you're working on a large scale restoration or habitat project that goes across multiple private properties and the goal is to enhance the public trust resource, it's probably going to be in this category, this latter category here.
Right. And then if we move on to the public land category, these are just any, I'm sorry, this again is an example of a crossing that we would evaluate under the utility and publicly provided facility rule set. Next slide. And then finally, this kind of last category of permit applications are any activities occurring within the Natural Rivers District on public lands. We have a different set of rules by which we evaluate these types of projects that are pretty similar to the private land rules. But as I mentioned earlier, some of the standards on public lands are a little bit more strict, such as the vegetative buffer standard. Next slide. And this is just emphasizing that there's a separate set of rules for public lands and that DNR does not convey authority on utility and public land projects to local township, we keep that under our authority, even if the township is technically locally zoned. And these are just, sorry, Brian.
Oh,
Do you
no,
have
go ahead.
something? Okay, and these are just kind of additional standards that we hold to projects on private or public lands as well.
Yeah, one of the distinctions between these two categories, if you're familiar with just the constructs of zoning and your township zoning that you live within, your county zoning, perhaps if you're outside of Michigan, these may be a little different because zoning is a state-based. The structure of zoning is state-based, but our private land rules are written just like a zoning ordinance. We have certain types of land use that are allowed, certain categories. If you fall within the category, it's okay. If you fall outside the category, there's a variance process. If you know anything about zoning, it's just like that. The public land, on the other hand, is more akin to traditional environmental regulation like wetlands protection and stream protection, where we're looking at alternatives, we're assessing impacts, we're looking at secondary effects, we're giving some minor weight to economic issues, and then pretty much, the catch-all, any other factors. And so the review is really more open-ended and less defined when it comes to these projects that can have big impacts on public trust resources. And that's by design. That's by design, so that it's more predictable and more structured for private landowners. But as the scale of the project grows, as you get into these public projects, which can be really large in scale, now they're not all, but they can be, that you're not handcuffed by a set of categories, that somebody determined a long time ago to be okay or not okay.
Mm-hmm. Right. And then this next slide here is just an example of a public land project, which is an access point. And again, just emphasizing that on state lands, we go by different, more strict standards typically, and we use those natural rivers plans for each, natural river to guide the decision-making and recommendations. And this next slide is just the language, I believe, in the rules that talks about how state land projects will be evaluated using the management plan.
Right, so we hold our own folks, our foresters, our recreational designers, the people that manage access sites, all state land activities, everywhere a snowmobile trail goes, it's all funneled through this program to make sure it's compliant with our natural river management plans and that it's okay under the natural rivers lens and not just, the other myriad number of responsibilities that the DNR has.
Okay, and I think that's all we had. I think we can take questions now.
Awesome. Thank you, Kesare and Brian, for that overview and that presentation. We do have some time for questions. So again, you can put them in the chat or you can raise your hand. Or any clarifications or any additions that anyone would like to add, comments to add. David, go ahead.
Yeah, Kesare and Brian, thanks for that. And having looked at a lot of state protected river programs around the country, I've been, the more I learn about the Natural Rivers Program, the more I'm astonished at its intent and breadth and the approach that you all bring to it. It's just a fantastic program. One of the challenges with state programs elsewhere, and from talking with you, Brian, it seems like to some extent it can be with the Natural Rivers Program too, is changing budgets, changing administration priorities, sort of weathering the political and fiscal challenges that every state agency goes through. I mean, federal agencies aren't impervious from that, but particularly state agencies. And I'm just curious if you could talk a bit about that and ways in which conservation organizations can play a role in maybe trying to dampen that if it's possible.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think first, if you look at the program history, we have evolved as a program in a way that I would not use the term that we're softer, but I would say that we're more nuanced and probably a little wiser about how we go about private land regulation than we did a couple decades ago, where it was more just butting heads, and to the point where it stirred people's anti-regulatory passions to try to dismantle this program. And there were concerted efforts in the 90s to undo natural rivers regulations, to just abolish the program, that we overreached, that we had gone too far, and were just too much of a burden on private land owners. I think that was addressed a couple different ways, and I think that we made some rule changes that came about in 2013 that were, they didn't undermine the tenets of the program, but they were slightly more landowner friendly. And I think our approach in general is one of cooperation. We certainly, as a state agency, we have the heavier options, the heavier enforcement options that are there. Those tools exist, but they're not the first things we pick up when we're trying to build support for the program and maintain that consensus support along the river environment. But there's always going to be outliers that challenge us that we need those tools for. But it does change, based on administrations. But I think we've found, at least over my career, that if we maintain this approach, we kind of can fly under the radar a lot of times, and not necessarily ruffle feathers to the point where we're focus of those changing administrations. So what was the second part of your question, David? I got off on.
Oh, just well, I mean, I think you kind of already answered it, but the ways in which advocates, local community watershed groups can, I mean, we've been focused a lot on restoration, and rightly so, but also just support for the program, because as we saw with the Forest Service, staffing is a challenge, and telling the success stories and value stories are often what keep these programs more durable.
Yeah, well, and we've talked about this in other presentations with some of the people that are on this call, but that coalition building and that building that as much consensus as you can in support from different levels of government, local and county governments, different organizations, those different NGOs, not just the ones that are river focused, but the Property Owners Association and even the Chamber of Commerce, or any organization whose mission might be a little different than yours or our program goals. This program has a really strong emphasis on local involvement, and it's infused through the statute, through the rules, and through the history, the 50+ year history of this program. And you can't take that away. And so it's good and bad. It's good because there's lots of local support. Where we operate, a lot of the residents think it's great. They don't want it to change. They're not trying to get rid of it. That's one of the reasons they feel comfortable living there and investing in these properties, because they know these systems are protected. And there's some governments that don't support it, but a lot of them do. They're very cooperative, and I think that's what makes us resilient too to any challenges to the program itself and the fundamentals of it, and removing the protections. But as we look at building those coalitions and getting that support, and that bridges that conversation to new designation. And I know there's a couple people on here representing the Little Manistee. I know that there was, yep. Hey, Joyce, and somebody I saw on the list, I don't know if they're attending, somebody from the Yellow Dog Coalition was here. I know there's been some chatter over the years about adding the Yellow Dog and, different systems, like we've talked about with the Little Man folks, like it's and that's short for Little Manistee, not anything else. That getting that support is important, and it doesn't seem like it's as tangible as getting the DNR to officially designate it, but it's tantamount to like building the energy and the resiliency that allows that designation process to go forward. And so that's why we talk about that so much.
I do see a question in the chat from Bud. Michigan is the leader among states on monitoring PFAS. Have you established a baseline for water quality for contaminants of emerging concerns? How do you monitor for CECs, which is contaminants of emerging concerns? And I know one of the values that we essentially just grazed over and did not really talk about much during our presentation was water quality, right, Brian? We have very little, we don't have a lot of ways to, I guess, kind of control water quality as it relates to contaminants and sometimes even chemistry. I think some of the ways that we can facilitate good water quality is by, establishing that or keeping that vegetation buffer, reducing runoff from going into the river, siting septic tanks far away, drain fields far away, so that the seepage can be properly filtered before reaching the river, etc. But in terms of actual chemicals like PFAS, that is mostly but I apologize, I don't I'm not sure what organization you're with, but that responsibility falls under the jurisdiction of our EGLE, or of our sister agency EGLE. That's the Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy. They have their whole program there for monitoring contaminants of emerging concerns. There's actually even a governor-directed group called MPART, the Michigan PFAS Action Response Team, that is working to, watch PFAS concentrations all over the state of Michigan and start trying to clean it up. So kind of the short answer for you, Bud, is that the Natural Rivers Program does not really have a means to protect water quality in that way.
Thanks, Kesare. And then I did see a question come in from John in the chat as well, asking what means can be taken to ensure property owners actually apply for review and permits. In the 5 townships in my county, 2 are not zoned. Building permits are issued by multiple agencies designated by those townships. None see a strong obligation to notify their applicants of the potential need for natural river permits. What is the working relationship between natural river zoning and the Freedom to Farm Act?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, those are two separate
questions. Yeah,
two separate questions. So this kind of comes back to, I think, the Federal Wild and Scenic Program talked about staffing shortages, but one of the things that I wish I could have more time to do is build and facilitate and foster the relationship between the local folks, so like the local, some of the townships along the White, and I say White because that's the only one of my rivers that is state zoned. The other 4 are mostly locally zoned. Is just, working with the local zoning administrator so that they typically are the ones that see permits come through first before the applicant comes to me. Sometimes on their checklists, they'll have, apply like your home may be within the Natural Rivers District. Please contact, Kesare O'Brien to obtain a permit before moving forward. It's just, I think that one's hard. I know years ago we had an effort with a couple of the folks on the White River Zoning Review Board to send out riverfront property owner letters. And I know there was a bunch of, I got a bunch of phone calls with questions related to that effort. I just think additional outreach and building a relationship with the local building department and local zoning can really help facilitate that. Brian, did you have anything to add to that first question?
No, I think you hit the nail on the head. It just emphasizes the importance of relationships and network building
Right.
in these programs.
And then I'm not quite sure how to answer that second question, John. Brian,
Yeah,
do
well,
you have?
I don't think that I think the relationship between our program and the Right to Farm Act is not in conflict. I guess that's what I would say. We don't run up against it a lot, especially in northern Michigan, because there's not that much large scale farming that is adjacent to the rivers. But if you look at Right to Farm, it's largely about protecting people from nuisance lawsuits. At least I've read it, and that's what I see. And I'm not an attorney, so I'm not speaking from an expert legal background here. But as a zoning administrator and program administrator, the restrictions that we have on commercial use are still in effect. The Right to Farm Act does not trump that, and so as far as operating a commercial farm, like let's say you wanted to have, CAFO close to, confined animal feeding operation close to the river, we could prohibit that under our zoning. But again, we're only talking about an area that's 400 feet from the water's edge. The agriculture itself, like other than CAFOs and aquaculture, are an allowed use in the natural river district, meaning you can farm. You can't necessarily have a large commercial storefront there, but you can farm, you can produce products, and whether that's crops or Christmas trees or livestock. Now, everything else is still subject to the zoning requirements. Your buildings, your farm buildings, they're not exempt. They got to be moved back from the river. If you're going to fence in livestock, that fence still has to come back to the setback. You can't farm in the vegetation buffer. There are the same restrictions on farming as there are on anybody else that lives on the river. But if you want to farm and your neighbor wants to have a single family home, those aren't in conflict with natural river zoning. So a few people have thrown that around, and I generally find that when somebody throws that back at us, they actually haven't studied it. They just take it as face value, as saying that right to farm means that they have an absolute right to farm. And we all know that, all rights exist within a basket of other rights that can't infringe on other things. So it's not that simple as saying, like, because that act exists, you can farm anywhere. I hope that helps. I mean, you may know, I don't know where you're coming from. Maybe you know more about it than I do. That's just my take on it.
Thanks, Brian. Well, thank you, Brian and Kesare. Super informative. And, we're hoping that today's like the beginning, of all these, well, maybe not the beginning, but, like a continuation of these conversations. And so, yeah, I've been enjoying this conversation and the discussion so far. So next up, I'm going to pass it over to David. We're going to be, I think he's going to pass it off to some people, but I'm going to pass it over to you first and talk a little bit about just some opportunities, some further collaboration, some funding, all sorts of stuff here. So thanks everyone for hanging in so far.
Yeah, thanks, Angie, and thank you, Brian and Kesare, for that presentation. And yeah, there's a few things, three things that I'd like to focus us on. One is giving Nate, who's already been prominent in the previous presentation, a chance to offer up some examples, some additional examples of projects in action on natural rivers and designated wild and scenic rivers, and hopefully use that to tease out some more questions and answers around how we can continue to improve stewardship and enhancement on those rivers. And then next, I'd like to just highlight some additional opportunities for restoration and especially barrier removal funding opportunities, that some of which are relatively new, and given how much potential opportunity there is on, say, especially the Au Sable, keeping those in mind as we move forward. And then lastly, wanted to introduce Lisa Ronald, who just joined us to talk a little bit about the Wild and Scenic Rivers Coalition, which is a national coalition of organizations who are advocating, actually increasingly not just on wild and scenic rivers, but using various protection tools around the country and sharing that information and strategies, both for new designations, management of existing designations, and then also advocating for additional resources for agencies on the ground. So maybe with that, Nate, I'll turn it over to you so you can talk a little bit more about the projects you've been working on.
All right, thanks. Thanks for the opportunity. So philosophically, and I think this is a philosophical question at its root, is what is restoration actually? And in my mind, restoration of a river means taking it back to pre-log drives, etc. In fact, the rivers of our region were so jam-packed full of naturally recruited wood that they were impassable. And in fact, on the Big Manistee, landlookers were hired to go upriver and map log jams to remove with dynamite to facilitate the driving of logs, saw logs downstream. And some of these jams had 100 to 200-year-old cedars growing out of the middle of them, and game trails across them and all kinds of stuff. So to me that, so what I'm going to focus on, or what I will call enhancement or protection projects. And I know the answer will be different for everybody in this room on what restoration is, but in fact, we couldn't restore a river back to its original condition legally, or you know, popular demand or popular opinion would not allow that to happen. It would be a lot different system than we see now. So I'm going to share my screen. How's that?
Right now we see the presentation, but not in slideshow mode. If you go to the upper right hand, or yeah, perfect, right there.
Okay, so I'm talking about rivers in Northwest Lower Michigan, and we were blessed with an abundance of sand from the last, as a result of the last glaciation about 12,000 years ago. So we have a medium through which water is filtered and then discharged at a moderated volume, and so our rivers are very stable generally. And so, but going back to the discussion, or my point about the log drives, so this is the Big Manistee, and you can see that our soils here, well, it's not really soil, it's sand with a little bit of topsoil. And so my point is we're working to stabilize bluffs and banks that are contributing excess sand to the system. And I don't think we can say for sure that these eroded bluffs and banks didn't exist pre-European settlement. However, as you can see in this view, we can all agree that this was probably exacerbated by the log driving of the late 1800s. And these aren't rollways where logs were decked and rolled off. You can tell because the timber is right up next to the edge of the river. And so you could draw a line between the effects of this activity and the exacerbation of those blown out bluffs. This is on the Pine River, the Canfields Rollway. Somewhere down in the right-hand corner is the river. But yeah, that's kind of how our rivers were utilized back in the day. And to facilitate these log jams or these log drives, a lot of the wood that naturally existed in the rivers was removed. And so between the time of the log drives and the growth of the second growth forest in the riparian corridor, we haven't had a lot of time for natural recruitment of wood back into the river. So what we do a lot is enhance primarily fish habitat, but also other aquatic organisms too. We actually put wood back in the river, working with the state and the federal government as far as to how much we can put in, primarily the state government. So real quick, the permits that generally are required for the type of project I'm talking about are the Eagle Parts 301, 303, and 31 of the Natural Resources and Environmental Protection Act. 301 is inland lakes and streams, 303 is wetlands, and 31 is floodplain. And these take on the order of about, I don't know, I'd say 5 months is really pushing it. I'd say more like 3 or 4 months. DNR natural rivers, unapplicable rivers, not all of them are natural rivers in our region. And the timeline aligns pretty much with the Eagle permitting timeline. If we're working on state of Michigan land, we need to get a forest treatment plan from Forest Resources Division. And that involves the district forest or the unit forester. And fortunately, we've been able to, we've been working well with our local fish biologist, and he initiates this process for us. And then section 7, as applicable, of course, not all rivers are study rivers or designated. This one takes, as I mentioned before, could take 8 to 12 months to get done. So because we can't submit the section 7 until we get the top 2 permits in hand, that pushes our timeline out to 17 months. And in normal, well, not normal, but in other projects where these the section 7 doesn't apply, we could count on getting small scale wood projects done within the year that we propose it. And so now this has essentially pushed it out to 2 years. And then depending on the county, soil erosion and sedimentation control permits are required. Some of our counties don't require it, and some do. And those are not onerous or cumbersome to come by either. So section 7, I was applying this mostly to that because of the discussion we had earlier. Projects within the corridor, we got the Pure Marquette, primarily the Pine and the Big Manistee corridors. And the section 7 applies whether the project is on state of Michigan lands or private land within the corridor. And we've been avoiding doing projects on Forest Service lands due to a lengthy NEPA process and the uncertainty of whether after NEPA is done, whether we could even do a project. So we do have a lot of great candidates on federal land for bank and bluff work and fish cover installation, but we're essentially shut out of those sites. So I'm just going to go through a bunch of examples of projects that I've managed. My colleagues have managed similar projects in their watersheds. This is on the Pure Marquette main stem, Wild and Scenic River. And we had a group of local stakeholders identify this particular bend as a project site, because the bank within recent memory had been out kind of about to the end of that snag, you see. And then over a pretty short duration, that outside of the meander bend has been scoured away, and it's lost quite a few trees. And so they hired us to come up with a plan to, if not stop, at least to mitigate that movement of material. And so we propose incorporating whole trees pinned in with oak piles along the toe of this, with a few root wads too. So you can see the excavators getting ready to finish burying the third root wad we've got put in there. And we had to limit our installation of root wads so we didn't disrupt the root mass of the existing trees. And so they're kind of scattered through here, kittywampus. And so this is looking downstream, and this is right at the start of the project. We pre-drove sharpened oak piles, we followed the contour as best we could of the bend. We couldn't go much further because that hole is about 8 feet deep, and so we were limited to where we could get a secure purchase with those piles. And we were using, our contractor had a handy source of medium to large white spruce, and he was able to truck these in, and we placed them in parallel with the flow. Sometimes with the top of the tree pointing upstream to give variety to the structure. And so this is looking back upstream this past fall. The project was done last June 2022, and this is fairly recent. Well, I guess it isn't fall anymore, is it? So you get the idea of what we were trying to do here. Use natural materials, provide a mosaic of habitats for differing age classes of fish, which is what the stakeholders were most concerned about. So we have large wood to provide physical separation for adult sport fish, and then a lot of interstitial spaces provided by the branches and slash for juveniles, and yeah, so trying to catch all stages of a trout's life cycle. The piles you can see are weathering quite well, and it does, blend in to a certain, if you do these, you can pick them out, and maybe most people that work on rivers can pick these out, but tried to make it as unobtrusive as possible. And that's looking downstream. So the tree root wad on the right bank, that was a tree that was on the bank that we were working on. And that was probably within the last 10 years that tree tipped over and went in the river. And it did lodge on that side, fortunately. That's a view from the top. Here's a project that I worked with the Little Manistee Watershed Conservation Council. These are the types of projects that Armis is talking about, where we work closely together with landowners, private landowners to stabilize some of this excess erosion and provide fish habitat. So this guy had a blowout here, and you can see that the tree that was standing on the bank is now in the river, which is great. And so we came in, and bad picture, but you get the idea. We essentially placed logs and whole trees and slashed strategically in that blowout, and then along the toe of the bluff to protect from to minimize the shear stress on that bank, on that bluff. So this is an example of a project we do on a study river. The Little Manistee is a study river. Just a little bit downstream, same property. This is looking upstream, and pretty substantial blowout here. There's a lot of clay in the geology of this particular site, so you do have a little bit of sliding where the material slides off the top of the clay, and then it goes into the water, and then it goes downstream. So that was before. This is immediately after. We and looking the other directions. I apologize, I don't have the exact same viewpoint for each photo, but this is a shot of where the former picture was taken, looking downstream. So use whole trees and a lot of slash and some root wads, and we just kind of try and mimic the appearance of a naturally recruited log jam. And this is that same site looking downstream. I would say that's probably 3 years out from construction. And we got good veg coming up. And the thing we like to stress is getting a lot of slash and other fine material in it, incorporated with these, because it collects sediment during high flow events, and you can actually provide a media for vegetation to come back and vegetate on its own over time. This is another one on the Little Manistee, and this one is way upstream of any federal land. By way, I mean like 5 miles, but it is within the corridor. And this is pretty typical of what you see in this upper reach of the Little Manistee. You get a lot of outside meanders that are blown out, and you get vertical banks and a lot of sediment filling in what should be a pool at the toe of this. And again, this is a result of deforestation in the past and the ability for the river to kind of romp around at its leisure and just kind of start taking material out excessively. So we have an inventory of all of the sites on the Little Manistee, and this bunch, there's a bunch up in the state land section. So this is one of them. And this is looking upstream. That's immediately post-construction. See, we've confined the channel somewhat and increased the ability for the river to scour, put that energy downward instead of outward. And this is probably maybe 2 years later. It may actually be a year later, that same bend. using all natural materials, so it's going away, but it still provides a step up for natural veg and actually natural recruitment of more coarse organic material to deposit in here. And you can see at the toe, we've got quite a bit more we have gravel showing now where we didn't before. And then on the right and the inside of the meander bend, you can see the sand is depositing right where it should be, and creating a nifty little point bar there. This one's a little bit heavier handed. This is on the Pine River, and it's upstream of the Wild and Scenic corridor by, oh gosh, three or 4 miles. And so fortunately we weren't required to go into a section 7 on this. We did have extensive meetings with state partners, funding partners on the actual design and construction of this project. But because the Pine River is, I won't say flashy, but if you could call it something, I guess you could call it flashy, but the hydrologists say it's not really flashy. And I'm like, okay, whatever. But anyway, this section of river from here down sees a tremendous discharge at periods of time because there's so much clay in the watershed. We get a lot of rapid runoff of precip, and it gets in the river really fast. And so the water level comes up very high. And so if you can believe it, and this is before the piles were trimmed with a chainsaw, so they're not like that now. But the bankful elevation is probably about where that right-hand root wad is. That's pointing from right to left. The top of that log is about bankful. And we didn't want to destabilize this bluff any further by digging into the material and destabilizing it further. Otherwise, we could have used the bluff material for ballast. We could have trenched a lot of these big logs in, so instead we use boulders and log chain and use 40 to 50 foot white pine. And it's quite an operation. And yeah, and the belt and suspenders of it were these piles driven in vertically. This is the next site downstream, same project, and kind of shows you what we have to do to put a project in the water of that scope. And you can see we had to build a road down the bluff and track down, and we were able to bring the material to that excavator. And so all it was a handoff essentially. So there were minimal trips up and down that bluff, which is really helpful. And it became quite a logistical exercise and efficiency and as low impact as possible. This is Mike Brunfeld with Interfluve from Hood River, Oregon. And Interfluve was the designer on this. So just to loop back, this project required a natural rivers permit and an Eagle Inland Lakes and Streams Part 301 permit. And that's what the site you just looked at looks like as of this past fall. And so this is about a year year and a half away from construction. And so we were able to get that road mopped up and that bluff revegetated, and things are seasoning up here pretty well. And Brian queued this up for me pretty good. I hadn't anticipated using this site until he showed those pictures of the swimming pool. This is that same site he's talking about, and we started way up at the outside of that meander bend up on the corner and came about 250 feet downstream and lined that bank with whole trees, small piles, nothing that required heavy equipment. And yeah, just pretty much worked with materials from on site cut out of the Natural Rivers corridor, and which was helpful because the forest actually needed to be thin, a lot of like overstocked white pine in there, so it was very helpful.
Hey, Nate, I saw a question come in from Josh asking, and I think it was the previous project, but correct me if I'm wrong, Josh, asking what was the cost of the project?
The Pine River, the large wood, the big one,
Yes.
I'd say from, hey, there's my dog in that picture. Labor, fundraising, permitting, the whole kit and caboodle, I'd say it was right around 250,000. If we were to do that again, we definitely learned a lot as far as how to build efficiencies into the project. And Brian's on, and he can talk, if you'd like to, a bit more about not so much the negotiations we had to go through, but like the back and forth on the design and how we had to change a few things and to get the project through to fruition. It took about 3.5 years from start to finish to get it done. And a lot of that, I think, was just because this technique that we were proposing hadn't been used in the Midwest. It was something that they came up with out west for sites that you couldn't trench into to ballast your wood material. And I will say the log chain sounds a bit, I don't like to use metal in any of my projects, and but we did have to secure the boulders somehow, and I chose to go with log chain instead of cable because I wanted when the wood material rotted someday, I didn't want a bunch of loops of steel cable sitting around. So the log chain will rust and fall to the bottom of the river and be out of sight. So yeah, so that's my dog. Looking at some of the work, and so right above this blowout was that swimming pool that Brian showed. And, the house is actually pretty far away from the bank, but the concrete around the swimming pool was starting to crack, and it definitely looked like, yeah, it could a couple gully washers, and that'll be a real problem in a hurry. So so we treated that blowout just by using slash and large and coarse wood material and pinning it into place, and then tying it into the log jam we built on the outside of the meander bend. And that is it. So I'll keep it up in case anybody wants to go back to any of the other photos or Are we taking questions and answers?
Yeah, I think it'd be good to do that while we're on this. Any
Yeah.
questions for Nate? Well, maybe I'll start with one, Nate. Kind of continuing on to the conversation earlier today, you know, that one bullet you had in there, which was jumped out at me, was avoid Forest Service reaches for NEPA analysis, and that timeline, expected timeline for projects that you offered. In addition to what we kind of talked about earlier in terms of directed funding for staff and or like bundling projects or consideration of a programmatic approach to a project approval on a river, is there anything else that you feel like would help ameliorate that that avoidance?
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, we've gone to the various districts on the forest and proposed projects, but each time we've gotten the same answer, is that, well, we'll have to do NEPA, and we have a backlog of projects to perform NEPA analysis on. And the feeling I got is that the Forest Service needs to take care of their own projects before they can roll any others in. And commonly the duration for that NEPA process is, that I've been told, was about 2 years. So currently I'm working with Little Manistee Watershed Conservation Council, and we're working together on identifying a couple sites on Forest Service on the Little Manistee that are candidates for work similar to what I've showed you. And we're working together to try and just get it in the pipeline. And we had a talk with the district ranger out of the Manistee side, and that's kind of how he came up with the idea, is to just get it in the pipeline. And it sounds like his NEPA folks are amenable to considering that. Sometimes your projects can be in a NEPA cleared project of the Forest Service too. So if I've got a couple road stream crossings on the Pine River, on Pine River tributaries, and they happen to be in the Olga Lake timber sale that the Forest Service is doing, and those road crossings were in that NEPA analysis. So I think it's a matter of getting ahead of the curve, being aware of when a scoping letter is going out to folks, to keep track of that, and to work with the local staff to roll your projects into that NEPA analysis at the front end as much as possible.
Andrea has got her hand up. She wants to jump in.
Yeah, I was going to comment on that. So, yeah, I know Nate talked to Scott, the one district ranger. So, as an agency, like he said, our top priority, like timber and fire, are the two check boxes, that we have national targets on. So our NEPA does tend to be focused on that. We have some other stuff, but if it can be rolled into that larger NEPA document when it's occurring, or like when they do the scoping, or if it can be bumped out a little. So one of the issues as well with the zone, so it's two districts that Nate is interacting with is we do not have a fisheries biologist there. So those additional duties are my responsibility until we get somebody else on board. So that doesn't really help. And then as a program, you know, our aquatics program, our top priorities are aquatic organism passage, riparian health, and then aquatic invasive species. So also when we're looking at, those are our top 3 priorities. So it's not to say that stream bank stabilization isn't important, but it doesn't, you know, in our sections of the river, it just depends, you know, if it's something that's caused by fishermen foot traffic or stuff that we're funneling people to, like those get elevated as a priority to address versus some other things. So.
Great, thanks. Any other questions or comments for Nate?
Nate, I just want to say that one site that you just left on the Little Manistee, that slide, that I like the way that looks over time. And it's cool to see that one. I don't know how often you go out there, but it'd be cool in 5 years to see that every year and see what it looks like in 5 years, 10 years, you know.
Yeah, I try to get back to these when I'm working on other projects. I'll slide in to some old projects because I want to make sure what we're doing is working, and if it's not, why isn't it? And yeah, these are some of my favorite because they're like, you know, there's a hand crew that goes in, no mechanized equipment except a chainsaw. And all this work is done by hand in remote locations. And so you have very, very little impact on the landscape. But yeah, Brian, did you have anything to say about the Big Pine River Logjam project as far as natural rivers?
Yeah, I mean, it was outside the bounds of what we're used to seeing, and there definitely was a lot of discussion that took place over a long period of time about that project, from not just myself, but other people in the Natural Rivers program, you know, the grant reviewers, different various folks in DNR. So, yeah, you know, my completely frank thoughts on that one is, you know, the jury's still out for me on whether that, what that will look like over time and whether that was, you know, the best choice. And I think it reached a point where it was permittable, and now I'd like to see what it looks like over time. So, you know, the more monitoring on that one, annual monitoring that you can share, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm right with you, Brian. I don't want to leave behind a legacy of junk, and I want to make sure it's true to what the river needs. And yeah, I've got my own opinions on this project, and I definitely would like to see future projects in this section done differently.
Yeah, that one interestingly, you know, reminds me of a engineered log jam that is that I've seen, types of engineered log jams I've seen in the Pacific Northwest, where you see the tension between a protected river and salmon habitat, and trying to protect infrastructure like a road or US Highway 101. And I think we're all still kind of learning where that balance is on these things, and trying to yeah, juggle those competing priorities there. I did notice in the chat, Josh, noting the delays, and then how that sort of interplays with potential funding opportunities or maybe curtails some funding opportunities?
Not really. We were able to fully fund the project. It was just there were so many stories, lessons learned in this project. It wasn't really the funding that was jeopardized, because we were able to get ahead of things like northern long-ear bat cutting restrictions. How are we going to get the material if there's a bat restriction on? And how are we going to cut access in if we can't cut trees down? It was just like it was a logistical Rubik's Cube. I guess that is redundant. So I think we were fortunate to have funding that was as for the most part secure, given the delays. One thing I will add for Josh is that the $250,000 price tag, 75 of that was just design, and that's one of the things that really gave me a heartburn on this. And some of that had to do with the multiple iterations that the design went through, and the designer had to, charge for that. So, yeah, I'm glad I did the project. I learned a lot, and I think it was good for everybody involved, if I may say so, Brian and others, to just kind of go through the process. And, yeah, so we know what we should be doing in the future.
Yeah, if I may just elaborate on my comment, just in here on Pines' experience, we haven't had to, close a grant on or send money back or anything, but the process has forced us to delay construction to the following field season while we wait for authorizations to be reviewed. And that just it's extra work for everyone, because then we have to do grant extension requests, and then the grantors have to review those and do all the paperwork associated with that. So it has caused delays. Ultimately, we've always been able to get the projects done, and those authorizations eventually do come through. But I would say it has gotten better in the last couple of years compared to 5 or 7 years ago.
Great. Armas?
Okay. Yeah, I heard mentioned a little while back here in our discussion about how some of the NEPA studies that were already being done for other purposes could include our potential projects. And I just wanted to say, hey, if there's a way that we can coordinate that, we'd be very interested in doing that. We've got the survey that Nate's done of the bank remediation projects, and that's out there for everyone to look at. And if we could coordinate something where, when a NEPA study is done for other reasons in those areas, if they could look at that, I think that would be helpful for us, but I'm not sure how to do that. Maybe that's not the discussion to have here today, but I think that would be very possible from our end. So I'd like to pursue that if we can. I think that would be helpful for us.
Yeah, it sounds good. I mean, it's similar to or an analog, I think, to in the longer term, revisiting and updating some of the comprehensive river management plans through other NEPA processes to maybe look at bundling or ways to look more programmatically at some of these projects, assuming they meet some basic criteria and are with practitioners who have extensive experience in the watershed. So I think we should look at those opportunities too. I want to give Lisa Ronald, who's joined us, opportunity to jump in here because she's got to run. But Lisa is I'll let her introduce herself, her job, but she's the coordinator for the National Wild and Scenic Rivers Coalition. So Lisa, you want to jump in and introduce yourself and say a few things about the coalition and what it does?
Yeah. Thanks everyone for the opportunity to come and chat with you today. So I just have a handful of slides, and my slides are nowhere near as picturesque as Nate's. But wanted to just introduce you to what may be a resource to many of you, or something to consider as you look at some of these topics and talk about wild and scenic and other types of river protection. So I'm the national coordinator for the Wild and Scenic Rivers Coalition. And this is a group that formed in about 2017, 2018, coming out of the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act anniversary. And it's grown to include more than 60 river groups across the country. And these are all different kinds of groups. Some of them are national groups like American Rivers. Others are very, very small local groups that are active and really focused on one particular river or one section of river in a particular community. So there's a lot of different types of knowledge and expertise that the coalition embodies, and that's one of the foundational pieces and one of the benefits to organizational members of the coalition is this network of expertise and ways to ask questions of colleagues and things of that nature. So I would say one of the other main pieces that the coalition embodies is really trying to collaboratively create a more favorable climate for river protection, whether that's congressionally or administratively. So each year we do a variety of different activities, and I'll sort of talk about some of those. This is just one of our sort of latest screen snaps of one of our events that just happened last week. I would encourage you to take a look at our website. We have a lot of information on the website for people who are either starting or leading active campaigns. So everything from working within the context of land management planning to partnership, wild and scenic river sort of designations, a lot of different information on our website at wildriverscoalition.org. So check that out. I mentioned one of the resources, and I don't know if this has been mentioned so far, but River Management Society manages a great partnership wild and scenic river toolkit that has a lot of great resources in there. So just want to throw a plug in for that as well. So I mentioned that the coalition does a variety of things, to express a collaborative support for river protection, that really pulls together the voices of people and organizations and river advocates across the country. So we do issue a variety of letters that support either current bills or administrative changes. We develop and talk with land management agencies, river management agencies about different river management topics, everything from climate refuge, ORVs, planning, eligibility, suitability, variety of different things that happen within the planning process. I think David did mention earlier that, our group is really looking at sort of alternatives to the traditional wild and scenic route. We have some state efforts, some indigenous efforts, and so really trying to look outside that box so that as a coalition, we explore and promote all of the tools that are available to different advocates for protecting rivers, whether those are wild and scenic based or not. We also support appropriations for river management agencies. So I've heard folks mention capacity issues, money issues, and those are things that we're well aware of and that we really try each year, particularly during our Wild and Scenic Rivers Hill Week, to meet with agency leaderships. This year, we're meeting with OMB to try to do some fact finding about agency budgets. So we are trying to do a better job of finding information and trying to figure out ways to advocate for better and increased capacity for river management within the river management agencies. So the coalition is a sort of a learning network. We have a variety of learning opportunities that we do each year at different times. One of those is our Wild and Scenic Rivers Hill Week, which I'll talk about here in just a second. Wild and Scenic Rivers Hill Week generally has two parts. So we just finished the first part of Wild and Scenic Rivers Hill Week last week. We have a variety of virtual sessions, and some of you may have attended those. We tend to pull together during Wild and Scenic Rivers Hill Week and elevate emerging issues in river protection. Those are obviously different every year. Last week, we had some focus on creative funding strategies, particularly with some of the new funding vehicles that have come out in the last couple of years, and a lot of the changes that are happening to traditional funds and foundations that often fund river protection work. There are a lot of changes related to the incorporation of DEIJ into the way that awards are made, processes are conducted, etc. So that was one of our sessions, to bring together a variety of folks to talk about some of the different funds and foundations, to give people creative ideas for funding different types of wild and scenic projects. We're exploring a national strategy related to ONRW, outstanding national resource waters. So a session looking at some of the successes that have happened, some of the processes that are underway, and what are the lessons learned from that might be applicable in other places. Each year we explore typically one or more DEIJ related issues. This year, with the recent passage of the KASL Act, we took a look at Indigenous perspectives related to sort of the nexus in that context of land back and wild and scenic rivers on the Klamath in California. And then each year, before folks go to the Hill, we pull together experts in government affairs and sort of congressional strategy, either from nonprofits or congressional staffers, to talk about what does the lay of Congress look like right now, what are some of the challenges that people are facing. So that sort of pulls us into our second part of Wild and Scenic Rivers Hill Week. So we're sort of in the breather between our virtual sessions and our in-person visit to DC, which will be not next week but the following week. So we have 37 attendees, including constituents from 3 different groups that include Indigenous representation. We have multiple different organizations that are supporting 12 different campaigns in 8 different states. We have a lot of congressional meetings, as well as agency leadership meetings set up during that week, and a variety of networking opportunities for those in attendance to network in person this year with their colleagues, as well as join us for a happy hour with other DC folks. So if this is something of interest to you, get in touch with me and I can get you connected into our sort of Wild and Scenic Rivers Hill Week world for next year, as well as get you connected to other benefits of the Wild and Scenic Rivers Coalition and membership in that that may help you in your work. So I want to just leave you with my contact information, and feel free to reach out to me. And in whatever time we have left, and David, I don't know if you're wanting to end at the top of the hour or not, but if we can take questions, I'm happy to do so, or people can just follow up with me afterwards.
Great. Thank you, Lisa.
I think we do have a little bit of time if there's any questions for Lisa. Lisa, I don't know if you can stick around or if you've got to run.
Yeah, I can stick around a few minutes for sure.
Well, maybe I'll just roll into, because one of the things that I wanted to sort of finish with was actually kind of related to what Lisa, the virtual Hill Week that we've just completed, which is relating to funding. And there were several sessions with different foundations, funding entities talking about resources, bringing resources to protected rivers around the country. And so maybe I'll share my screen and just go through a list of some of those. They're obviously not inclusive. There's plenty of funding available, both for land acquisition, recreational sites on protected rivers, and also barrier removal. Quite a few new funding sources that have come available under the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. So let me just share my screen. Can y'all see that?
Yes, we can.
All right, let's see if I can start my slideshow here.
Looks good.
Great. So one of the things I actually wanted, I forgot, I wanted to share this earlier when we started, but this is American Rivers Conservation Council, which was the name of my organization when it started 50 years ago this year. And interestingly enough, in our first newsletter noted here, there was note of Congress moving on study bills, including for the AuSable and Manistee in Michigan. Since our founding, and we actually were founded as an organization 5 years after the passage of the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act to seek protections for bring more rivers into the Wild and Scenic Rivers system. And since then, we've diversified dramatically, and one of the big things that we have been focusing on is dam removals across the country, as well as floodplain restoration, floodplain policy, and clean water conservation. But I just wanted to note, because we did have a couple of great panels about funding opportunities for unprotected rivers. And, there's quite a bit of funding available out there, including the America the Beautiful Challenge, the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which is now fully funded on an annual basis, close to $900 million a year, and that's split between the state and stateside funding. The National Forest Foundation, who's often funding projects on wild and scenic rivers. And there's a unique actual U.S. Forest Service Wild and Scenic Rivers Stewardship funding program that is managed by River Network. And that is a really great project, or a great program that funds projects specifically on wild and scenic rivers. And I did want to note something that American Rivers did a lot of lobbying on behalf of, which was to make available under the Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act quite a bit of funding available for barrier removal, and especially dam removal. And these are just a few of the pots of funding that are available, as well as provisions in the Inflation Reduction Act that can help provide tax credits to folks considering, private entities and utilities considering removal of their FERC licensed dams. So the ones on the AuSable come to mind. With that, I'll stop sharing, and with the keeping in mind that we've been at this all day. Wanted to see if there are any other questions or comments, but before we go there, I do want to thank everyone who's presented and participated in the development of this workshop. Everyone at DNR, Brian, Kesare, Tangi, and Andrea at the Forest Service, Nate, for all of your great insights and information, and Chris Pierce, your colleague at CRA as well. Really, thank you. And of course to Angie for guiding us through this whole process. So with that, maybe just open it up for more questions, and we can talk about kind of where we take this conversation from here.
David, I'll just add, I just want to share in the chat. We did record the sessions from the Wild and Scenic Rivers Coalition from 2 weeks ago, the funding session. So I'm just going to throw those into the chat. So if you do want to watch them, feel free. We're happy to share that information with this group.
That's awesome. Thank you, Lisa. Any lingering questions that people have unanswered questions that you came in today to today's workshop with that you're still wondering about? As David mentioned, we are kind of wrapping up, so now's the time to ask. I always like to pause extra long, give people a moment to think or type something in, because I know it can take a moment.
Well, I was just going to, I was maybe linking back to the fact that there will be a whole host of organizations meeting with agency leadership and the Office of Management and Budget in the White House about wild and scenic rivers. Actually taking, that's something very practical and tangible. I feel like taking those stories to the Deputy Director of the Forest Service about ways in which we can make sure that we're meeting our shared goals and objectives on wild and scenic rivers, while addressing some of the gaps in capacity for the agency to meet these responsibilities. So that's something that sort of pops up in my mind in the near term.
Well, while everyone is sitting there silently reflecting, I've got one last little thing that we're going to do. And I like to do this because it helps kind of bring some closure to the day. It helps us all reflect on everything that we are trying to still digest from today. I'm going to share my screen real quick. This is just a fun little activity called Climber Cards. And in a moment, I'm going to share a link to this page, and you're all going to have an opportunity to select a card, and you'll see there's a whole bunch of cards here, goes down and down, all different kinds of different types of images. And at the very top, I've got a prompt, and you're going to have the opportunity to select a card that represents something you learned today, or maybe it's something you want to remember, or maybe it's just a takeaway. Maybe you already knew everything, but maybe like a new realization or takeaway. So you're going to have the opportunity to then click on it, say, I'm going to go with these different direction posts. You'll see the prompt again, and then you're going to have the opportunity to put your name in and explain why you chose the card. And so this is not only a helpful tool for me as a workshop organizer to see kind of where's everyone at the end of the day, but also for you all to share with each other, process for yourself. So I'm going to put a link into the chat. I'm going to ask you to click on that and open it up in your own window. And then take a moment to find a card that resonates with you. And when you've typed in why you chose it, you can click Create Response. And then you'll have an opportunity to go over to show the responses, and everyone's responses will come up. So I'm going to pause my sharing so I'm not confusing people. I'm going to take a moment to fill one out myself. Cool. I'm starting to see some responses pop up. I'm going to reshare my screen here. We've got some of the responses. I think it's fun when people choose similar images, but maybe to have different interpretations or similar, you know. So just take a moment and look through, see where everyone's at. You know, it's like we're all, as has been mentioned many times throughout this workshop, we're all really here to really protect our rivers and protect your rivers in Michigan. And, you know, while we all have maybe some different priorities and objectives, overall, we have really similar goals. And so I think it's great to see where everyone else is at, see where you're at. Again, a huge takeaway for me is that there's solutions, and it might take a little bit of creativity. And I've seen some creative thinking already and talking about potentially bundling Section 7 reviews or finding ways to partner locally to get more of the work done. So thank you everyone for sharing. Anyone wants to elaborate on anything they wrote? Feel free to unmute and share. And this will be up, this page will be up for a little while. So if you'd like to come back and look at it later, you'll have the opportunity to do that. Desiree, I like that. Pretend there's another bird in this picture.
And Angie, while you're wrapping things up, I know David took the time to thank the presenters, but I just wanted to thank you and David and Risa for putting the effort into organizing this. It was a fair amount of work on your end, and as well as thank everyone that attended. You know, it's a big commitment to come to a full day workshop, and so I appreciate people coming to learn and discuss and put the effort in.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brian. And to echo what David was saying earlier, thank you to you and Kesare and Patrick and Dana at the Department of Natural Resources. Thank you to Andrea and Tangi and at the Forest Service. Thanks to David and Risa for the support. Just want to remind everyone that this was recorded. After we end today, it's going to take a minute to process, you know, like a 6-hour video. I'll cut out the lunch break and things like that. But I am going to put it together or put it on YouTube on an unlisted link for the meantime. I will email it to everyone so that way you have a copy. You can go back. There's something you missed. I'm also going to attach the chat and any links that were shared in the chat today to that. But might not be getting that out until early next week just because of processing and uploading times. But if you need anything, if you're like, hey, what was that one link and you're trying to remember, you can always reach out to me. You can reach me at training@river-management.org or Angie at river-management.org. And yeah, feel free to reach out if there's ever anything you need. Stay in touch. Hope to see you at perhaps that bank stabilization techniques webinar in May. And you know what? We're ending 15 minutes early on a Friday. Thank you all for your attention and have a wonderful, hopefully a little bit warmer weekend. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you.